guys, I was connecting YouTube to my OBS software, and it would not connect. It said error. And I was already like 6 minutes late going live for you guys over here on YouTube because we go live on Twitch and run an intro. I don't want to put the whole intro on YouTube since people can watch the stream back a bit easier over there. I don't want you to skip the first 3 minutes. But then we started talking about Dreamsnap results, and I got a little sidetracked and got, I lost track of time. So that's my bad. Hello. All right. So we got refresh day here. A lot to talk about. I greeted everybody over on Twitch. I need to greet a little bit more. Also, Bell, thank you for the 200 bits as well, my friend. Much appreciated. Bell says, I rarely vote for a snap that uses a frame. It has to be really good. Yeah, they're a bit invasive, the frames are. As I was saying, that's why, if you look through the history of all my Dream Snaps, I have a very good track record, and I think the only time, there's only been like maybe 3 where I used a frame. And I had to have a really good reason for that. So the first one, in recent times where I used a frame was Bellinate Romance. And again, it's because this frame is not invasive. It's translucent. You can see through it. It just adds hearts around the border. Whereas a lot of the other frames are very thick and very bold, and they're going to obstruct a lot of your scene. Now, another one where I used a frame, again, there's not many of these. It was a much older snap. It was like a theme park kind of concept. Let me see if I can track it down. And the reason I used a frame on that one, I just used the widescreen frame. And only because, here it is. Only because I was getting that weird glitch where grass comes through my path. So at the bottom of my entire snap, I had this weird layer of grass. In fact, you can see a tiny sliver of grass right here. And I really didn't want that grass obstructing the base of my shot. It looked really ugly. So in that case, I threw on this wide black frame around, the top and bottom, just so I can get that grass out of the shot. So, that's it. Like everything else, you're seeing, there's not really a frame on these snaps. The frames I don't really like because, again, they obstruct a lot of the scene. And if you look at top snaps, like if you go into the top 3, there's almost never anything there with a frame on it. And in 4K, frames are also quite rare. Motifs can be the same way. Now, they have been making motifs that are much better for snaps. They've been getting really good about creating motifs that look natural within photos. But there are a lot of motifs out there that do not look natural, and plastering those all over your photo usually does not increase your performance. It lowers your performance. So, yeah, I'm very careful with frames. I'm very careful with motifs. You gotta be, very cautious with the way you use them, is what I'm getting at here. Anyway. Half God says, you need to change your name to Definitely Senpai. Glad we found your channel. Oh, thank you, my friend. Thank you. I like probably. It's fun. It's fun. And Heather said, no worries, Senpai. Take your time. Yeah, sorry for being a little late on the YouTube side. Vortex here said, so many frames just take over the image. The purple cloud one is probably the worst. Yeah, I don't know if that one's the worst, but it does have that problem, I have seen people use the purple, the cloudy one. That's actually the one we were talking about. That's why we started discussing frames at all. So it's really funny you would say that, because one of my friends in chat was saying they've seen a lot of people using this border for the Dream Challenge, and they were considering should they have used it. And my answer there was no, not really. So this one's not as bad as some others because past the little clouds in the corners, you can see through it. It's got some translucent quality. This can look really good with like certain scenes, but it is too invasive for my taste. Like the fact that you're not going to see anything in the bottom left aside from the cloudiness or, the top right, top left. I don't like how invasive this is. If it was the same thing as this, but fully translucent, like if we could see through the whole thing, I would love this filter or this frame. But the fact that it is so invasive and blocks so much, it makes me not a big fan of it. But there are definitely worse, like, what in the heck is this? What is this? When in the world would I ever want to use this? Never. Never really. And then the pirate one is kind of neat. But if I wish we could adjust the opacity of frames. If we could adjust the opacity, if there was a slider to make them somewhat translucent, they would actually be really neat to use, I think. Especially ones like this. like if I could see through some of the blue here, like we can see through some of the white, I think these could be a lot better. Now, I'm not saying you can't get 4K using these frames, you know, and this one's just like so basic and cartoony and like, it's so bad. So I'm not saying you can't use frames and get 4K. I feel like you definitely can. It just depends, you know, it's going to be harder though, because a lot of people don't like them, you know. A lot of people out there don't like them. Like even Belle was saying she almost never votes for a photo that has a frame on it unless somehow it's really strong, even with that frame. And I rarely see framed images, you know, in the 4K range. And every week when I get my results, I post on Facebook. Now, one of the frames I think that is cool to use is the Dreamlight Valley logo. You know, throwing a little Dreamlight Valley logo. This one I have done a few times. So I think that one can be cute. I think that could be good to use. But, you know, it's one of the lesser of the it's less invasive as some of the other frames. Hope says new code, Earth Day 2026. Okay, let me see. New code. Oh, I never redeemed the last code. What was the last one? It was like... wasn't there some... Does anybody have the last code? There was another one somewhat recently that I think it was like a Figment. There was some kind of Figment thing or no. It was a Frozen thing, and it was like a little troll. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Runa World of Frozen. Is it Runa Frozen 2026 or Runa World of Frozen? This one? There we go. Okay. Now I'm current on them. There we go. Okay. We got him. All right. Yeah, I did finally fix the reviews. I finally fixed the chat bot was saying the whole time to type exclamation review and not exclamation reviews. Ooh, a new tree? No way. That looks pretty cool. It's not just a recolored, reskinned tree, so that's a win. All right, let's grab that. And yeah, before we get into everything else we're going to be doing today, so I really like this tree. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Give me 1 second. ADHD is kicking in here. Hey, let's go! Pops, hello! Good to see you, Dad.
Hey,
good to
Wes
see you.
And everyone, probably Horton Wave,
Welcome in, Dad. Welcome in. Y'all drop some waves for Papa Pie coming in. Hello, Father. Hello. Welcome. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Yeah, that tree's pretty cool. I'm going to buy a few more of those. Everybody in chat's telling me it's a sycamore on both YouTube and Twitch. Okay. Sycamore. Oh, well, congrats on knowing your trees, guys. Good job. Look at that. You got a lot of tree experts today. Okay. All right. A sycamore, huh? Okay. All right. Let's go get some more. Let's get some more sycamore. Oh, wow. My Walt trophy is in the shop today. It's been a long time since that one popped up. All right. Scrooge. Okay, so what I was saying before I got distracted by the sycamore is I was going to go into what we're going to be doing today. So, first off, you guys, we will get to the premium shop. And then on the second half of the stream, I'm going to be building some example scenes for the new Dreamsnap challenge. I do that every Wednesday because I have to make a video about the challenge on Thursday. And if I try to make the example builds and the video on the same day, it ends up taking a very long time and I end up being late to the stream. Sometimes, you know, even if I do that, I end up taking a little bit longer. Hey, let's go. Thank you, Vortex. Welcome to the membership family. So happy to have you here. Now, also, Vortex, not only do you get some, not only do you get special privileges in the Discord in which you can use to access the community snap reviews we do every week, but also as a channel member, I've been doing weekly exclusive videos every weekend, usually Saturday. I drop a video that is for channel members only. These videos are less scripted because, you know, I'm already editing so much throughout the week. I can't, like, script to make, like, a super fancy video each week for channel members. but I wanted to give channel members an additional way to connect with me as a creator and as a person. So it's usually videos sharing my opinions on things, and those videos are still up. So even if you're a new channel member, you can watch the last 2 we made. Last weekend, we did one where I voted on, I looked for 10 good Dream Snaps to vote on, and I talked about the voting. I talked about what I was coming across. And the week before that, I made a video about my opinion on the new update. So if you want to know my thoughts and my opinion on the update, you can check that video out. These membership exclusive videos are not monetized in any way. There's no ads, you know, because we have a small membership family, and it would be silly for me to put ads on those videos because, you know, you guys are supporting me already. I don't need ad revenue on top of that. So, and even if we did have ad revenue on, we don't have that many YouTube members. It's like maybe 50 or 60 people at this point. So if, you know, like what ad revenue would I get on that? Like what, like 30 cent, you know, like, no, we're not going to do that. So yeah, if you want to check those videos out, you can. They come out every week. It's just a way for me to, you know, give something special to those of you that make the content possible over on YouTube. So thank you. And yeah, this weekend we'll probably do another voting one. All right. Melanie Newton says, hi. When will you be doing the Dreamsnap tips for this week's Dreamsnap? So if you're talking about my weekly video, those come out every Thursday. But we'll also be covering it a bit in today's stream, Melanie. So here's how it works each week for my Dreamsnap tips. Dreamsnaps are a huge part of my Dreamlight Valley content. Like, it's my favorite thing about the game. It's what I put the most effort into. And I pride myself on being somebody that can help a lot of people with Dreamsnaps because I have a good understanding of what voters want. I don't claim to be the very best at Dreamsnaps, but I have a good understanding of it. I've participated in every challenge there's ever been. I have a good feel on what voters like, and I have a very good track record with 4K, very consistent. And yeah, I keep up with Dreamsnaps more than anything else. So here's the breakdown of how my tips work each week. We have several things we do. First off, on refresh day, which we're about to do now, I will take a look at some community snaps, maybe some that we reviewed already, that didn't get the results they were hoping for, and we can discuss why that may have happened. Now, Thursday, every Thursday, I drop a new video, which is tips for that week's challenge. So I do a weekly Dreamsnap tip series. This will be episode 16, and every single week, I drop a guide about each specific challenge. Now, on the day before, which is today, so the tips video will be out tomorrow. The reason I don't do the tips video on Wednesday is because that's the day we get the challenge, and I need to build some example snaps so I can really communicate ways to approach the challenge. And we'll be doing that on stream today. So on the second half of today's live stream, we are going to, once we review the premium shop, talk about other people's results, we are going to go to the current challenge. We're going to review the challenge, and we're going to build some example scenes that I can use in tomorrow's video. Now, that's not the end of it, though. So Wednesday, we build example scenes. Thursday, I do a tip video. And Monday and Tuesday, before the challenge comes to an end, the entire streams are review streams, where I take a look at individual Dream Snaps and provide tips, tricks, pointers, and advice that can help give it an even better shot at 4K. So that's the breakdown of how we do all of this stuff with the Dream Snaps. So yeah, pretty much, every day I'm live with Dreamlight Valley, there is some kind of Dream Snap stuff going on. So Monday and Tuesday, we do reviews all day. Wednesday, we make example scenes. Thursday, I drop a tips video. Now, for my live streams on Thursday and Friday, those are for Pokopia. So, you know, Dreamlight Valley is not the only game I make content with. I'm making some beautiful builds in Pokopia. I have a lot of Pokopia content on my TikTok and also on YouTube Shorts. So, you know, I love Dreamlight Valley, but if I make this the only game I make content with, I will probably go crazy, and I will probably end up getting burned out on the game entirely and then just not enjoy it anymore. So in order to avoid that, I kind of decompress from Dreamlight Valley on the Thursday and Friday live streams. I play a different game. So right now, that game is Pokopia. So it keeps Dreamlight Valley fresh for me. It makes sure I don't get, like, you know, too overwhelmed playing it, you know, 7 days a week. You know, it gives me a little bit something else to work on. But that's the breakdown. That's the breakdown. If you have any further questions, let me know. All right. Heather says, congrats, Vortex. Angela says, hi, I was wondering how to do the Spring Island. The Springtime Floating Festival. It starts in 6 days. So, Angela, if you wanted to start it today, technically you would need a time machine to do so. So, yeah, if you're wondering how to do the Spring Island, if you come over to your event tab and you go to description, you're going to see right here, there's a little hourglass and it says starts in 6 days. So unless you have the ability to move through time, you will not be able to start it right now. And once it does start, it'll be pretty clear. It'll be pretty obvious. There's usually a portal right here in your plaza. There's going to be a little portal right here or right here, and you step into that portal and you go in there and you're good to go. If you do have a time machine, let me know, because, you know, I'd love to go back like 10 years, maybe buy a Bitcoin or something. All right. Now, let's see. Also, Artisan can be anything like at its eyes of the beholder. I hate that. I need exact instructions, please, says Guru. Don't worry. We'll get into that. We'll get into that for sure. You know, I want to dive deeper into this challenge a bit later. So, yes, an Artisan can be anything. You know, you can... Artisan products can even be things like cheese, you know, like farming, like making jams, but I would not go that route because of the word crafted and because of the word craftsmanship. This kind of breaks down, and it also even gives you examples: woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. So while Artisans could be even like food things, I wouldn't do food, just because I think a lot of people will, you know, likely will not vibe with that considering what the challenge says. And, you know, we'll get into some good examples, but I would focus, if you're looking for direction before we dive into this challenge, I would focus more on these specific examples and stick with one of these. So you could do either woodwork, metal, stitching. I would stick with one of those because we have good things to do for each of those. There are some good things we can use. And again, we'll dive into that a bit later in the challenge. Yeah, Jasmine, I'm not a huge fan of this challenge either. I like more, I don't know, I like fantasy themes. I like nature themes because you can get more beauty out of them. This is going to be a tricky one because beauty is so important. But for like a craftsman workshop, it's going to be hard to, like, you know, get a lot of beauty in there. But we'll discuss different ways and approaches you can utilize for that. It's an interesting challenge for sure. Not one of my favorites. I'm not too excited about it, but we will do our very best and we'll try to make some cool examples for you guys. But yeah, not my favorite theme. Not my favorite theme. Kind of meh. Melissa Ann, hello. Vortex says, I have some tentative ideas, but I'm not set up on anything 100% yet. Gotcha. Okay. Clinksy said, maybe a lumberjack vibe can work. Yeah, absolutely. But more than a lumberjack, you would need woodworking. So a lumberjack, you know, they're going to be collectors and gatherers of wood. They're going to, you know, but you would need more of a carpenter than you would a lumberjack. So a lumberjack is more of a gatherer of wood, and they do work with wood as well. Lumberjacks can often also be carpenters, but just make sure you show that carpentry side. That's going to be more important than just dressing like a lumberjack and being in a forest. This week it's all about the crafting because the title is Crafted with Care, and the first sentence says this challenge is all about craftsmanship. So that tells you right there, you know, more so than the lumberjack, a carpenter would be a better direction. But there are some really good ways to pull this off. So as a quick thing before we dive in everything else we need to discuss today, just going into like glasses, right? Things like the goggles. And I think a really good one would be the Pixie goggles. These are like Tinker's goggles, you know. They have the magnifying glasses to, like, you know, really get into like the finer details of something. But there are different ways you can set up your avatar to really showcase that they are a craftsman or they are working on things. You know, safety goggles for one can be really good. I really like the concept of these Pixie goggles if you're doing like nature crafting. And a very safe way to go with this would be something with these Pixie goggles. And then if we go into the examples this week, you'll see, you know, there's even like a fairy kind of inspired area with some fairy crafted items like the piano and like this little table and the spool set. So, you know, having like a fairy workbench, a fairy themed workbench, and having some fun crafted items around you. There are different fun ways to approach the challenge, or you can go with the fashionista, like you're stitching clothes. We have, with the Cruella, if you have Wish Blossom Ranch, the Cruella de Vil stuff, there's so much good fabric crafting, and you could do, you know, an indoor build with different fabrics kind of lined up. If you have Wish Blossom Ranch, you're going to have really good stuff for that. It would be a nice, safe direction to go, and you could probably squeeze a lot of beauty into a build like that. So another good option. But yeah, there are some good options. I think for metalworking, you know, if you're going with crafting metal things, it can be a bit trickier, but there are definitely ways to work that out as well. So a lot of fun things we can do this week. But yeah, we'll have a few examples for everybody. You know, the big thing is we need to find a way to make sure it's not only on theme, but also beautiful. So that's I think the beauty is gonna be a bit trickier this week. Whereas, you know, for last week's challenge for Cozy Dreams, and for the challenge before that, you know, for our Marvels of Nature, when you're making a nature snap, there are a lot of easy ways to make it very beautiful. It's not hard to make a beautiful nature scene. But when it comes, or same thing with, you know, the dream kind of scenes. When you're building a dream scene, there are so many ways you can make it beautiful because you can access a lot of different items that usually wouldn't make sense together, that all have good beauty, but they would make sense in a dream. So there's a lot of ways to get beauty out of these themes. Whereas with a crafting challenge, a bit trickier to really elevate the level of beauty. So, you know, the way you light your scene is going to be very important, the way you style the area around you. So yeah, and then also I think there are going to be some poses you can use this week that show you're crafting something, like maybe using a pose while hiding your companion that makes it look like you're actively working on something could be a great way to deliver a good wow factor for this theme. But yeah, we'll talk about all that. Vortex is all your dreams that came out so pretty. I love it. You know, my favorite thing about the dream one is this little raccoon down here. I got really lucky because he was attached to a pet house and he was just walking around, but we ended up having like the exact same pose, and that wasn't even planned. I snapped like, you know, I have 6 different versions of this in my gallery, but I kept coming back to this one because I thought it was so cute that he was just doing the same thing I was. It's a small detail. I feel like a lot of people won't even notice him, but I thought it was really cute, so it was fun. Luma says, I was thinking of trying to do something along the lines of dressmaking scene in Sleeping Beauty where they're fighting over making it pink or blue. I mean, yeah, that could be fun. Just make sure you prioritize beauty. You know, I feel like when you're making a snap, when you're storytelling like that, it's not guaranteed that the voters will understand what you're conveying with the story. So I would be very careful getting hung up on storytelling unless it's super obvious. Because if you prioritize storytelling over beauty, it can often lead to, you know, results that you were not hoping for. Sunshine, hello. Hi, just joining. Have I missed anything? Not too much, Sunshine. Not too much. We've just been talking a little bit about the theme, and we haven't gotten into the premium shop yet. We'll get into that in a minute. For now, I want to discuss some previous snaps. Glitter says, how would you feel about glass blowing for the theme? Well, what you got to ask yourself, Glitter, is, you know, what do we have in the game that can convey that you're working in glass blowing? It's definitely going to be easier to do certain things this week. And when it comes to getting 4K, I prefer to take the safe route. I prefer to take the route that gives me a lot of different items to use, that makes it very easy to understand. One of the things I talk about all the time with Dream Snaps is voters love simple. And simple doesn't mean basic or empty. It means the Dream Snap is easy to understand. So we don't have like a lot of glass blown items in the game, and we also don't have glass blowing accessories. We do have furnaces. Like you could use, you know, like you could use some of these furnaces over here for something like that. But yeah, if you were able to get very creative with your pose, and make it seem like you were actively glass blowing, then you know, that could totally work, but I definitely think there are some options that would likely be easier to do. And, you know, I know it's, I mean, if you're not too worried about the results, if you're like, you know, I really want to do this, then go for it. You know, at the end of the day, Dreamlight Valley is a video game, so it's all about having fun. So if your goal is just to have fun, then you should always do whatever you want to do. Now, if your goal is to have fun and get 4K, I recommend finding a direction with each challenge that would not only be like fun to assemble and put together, but also something that would be very easy for voters to understand and something that grants you lots of different decor options and settings where it would work really well. So yeah, I think glass blowing would be pretty neat, but I think it would definitely be a bit trickier than some other approaches to the theme. But I mean, it's on theme, you know. If you're glass blowing, you are crafting. You know, it is a craftsmanship, so it's, you know, I feel like we would just need a few more items in the game to take full advantage of that, but you could always use things like, you know, the glass that we can craft from sand. You can use Oasis glass, like on tables to kind of show it. You can use like a furnace, and, you know, I feel like it would just be, the tricky part would be showing the avatar like actively working on it, but, you know, and I would also, you know, the other thing that makes it tricky is like, it's such a good idea to make your snaps like incredibly simple, because there are a lot of people that'll see your snap while voting that are like us. You know, they put a lot of time and thought into their snaps, and they'll also put a lot of time and thought into what they vote for. You know, they'll really look at the snap. They'll really think about it. They'll be like, what are they crafting? What are they doing? And they'll figure it out. But we are actually a minority. We are not the majority of this game. If you go vote for any Dreamsnap challenge, you're going to see that a majority of the snaps are random selfies, random quest photos, a lot of random items drop down, photos without like a lot of effort or time in them. That's the average voter. So I would say that makes up like 70 to 80% of the people voting. And when they vote, they don't really put any effort into their own snaps. So they're going to just be quickly picking between two photos, and they're not going to put a whole lot of thought into it. That's why simple is so good. Simple will not only win over the people that put time and thought into their snaps, it can also win over the people that don't. So it doesn't mean one is better than the other. You know, like, it doesn't mean simple snaps are better than complex snaps. It just means simple snaps have, you know, they can be more appealing to people that are just out there voting quickly and not putting a lot of time and thought into what they're seeing. And you got to remember, those people are out there. You know, we are too, but, you know, that's one thing that's helped me stay very consistent with my Dreamsnap results, is I try to keep my submissions very, very simple, very easy to understand. I put the subjects close to the front of the frame. And, you know, even things like houses or buildings that have, like, good detail, I typically drop those, like, pretty close up as well, just so they're well featured. But, of course, like I said, you know, if you're, like, a huge fan of glass blowing, or you do it as a job or a hobby, and it's what you want to highlight this week, I say go for it, you know, but it'll be tricky because we don't have the best stuff for that necessarily, and there are easier options. But again, it's a game, you know, and you want to enjoy yourself. You want to be able to make what you want to make. There's been a lot of Dreamsnap challenges that I've done where I took the riskier route. And thankfully, most of them have paid off. You know, I went against the grain. I did things a lot of other players weren't doing. Most of the time, I take the safe route, but every once in a while, I think a different concept would be really fun, and I go for it. And I don't regret that, you know, because it's fun. It's fun to do what you want to do and make what you want to make. So don't let me discourage you from that. But yeah, when it comes to getting 4K, there's just some approaches where that's going to be a lot easier, and some approaches where that's going to be a little bit harder. Ultimately, you got to kind of weigh the pros and cons and make that decision for yourself. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the pocket situated. Okay, I think we're about good. Got some sticks and a couple of little things here. There we go. Jammer said, I was thinking of doing crafting type artists using the new dioramas as my art. Since they are cardboard, do you think that would be well received? It depends on how you create it, JMR. Again, I think the safest bets would be to use the direct examples from the challenge. Create a scene with woodworking, metal, stitching, and handmade details. So they gave us direct examples here with woodworking, metal, and stitching. And we have good items for all three of these. You know, I think a cool thing to do would be like weapon forging. You know, I think that's pretty cool. And I already have kind of a setup for that. I would make something different, but, you know, I could bring in Mulan or, you know, another warrior type, and I can showcase my character as, you know, a blacksmith. And I think that would be really neat because we do have good items for that as well. And that would be under the, you know, example of metal. But, you know, things like these anvils, like this anvil is very good for forging. There's these swords. There's shields. Like, this is a forge. Like, I already have a forge in my valley for my military camp because we have this whole Mulan-inspired camp here. And we have a whole forge with, like, weapons and stuff. I would build a separate scene, but we have water for quenching. We have anvils for forming. And then we have, like, the legendary sword and the sharpening stones and the shields. So you can even do a weapon forge if you wanted to. As far as the dioramas and the cardboard, it would just come down to how are you going to show that you're making them? Like, what are you going to use to show that you're making those yourself? I definitely think there are easier routes to take, like I said. When it comes down to whether or not your idea will work, that is entirely dependent on how simple you can make it to understand what you're making and how you're making it. So, you know, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Steph said, hi, Sebai, did you get 4K again? Yes. Yeah, we're top 100 again this week, thankfully. So, got good results, good results. M says, I'm new to the game, too, so items can be a challenge, as you don't have the wealth of things other players do, so making the most of what I have. Well, that's the best you can do, you know? And all games are like that, pretty much all competitive games for the most part. Like, if you... Not all of them, but a lot of them. Like, let's say you pick up a game like Arc Raiders, and you're brand new. Well, yeah, you're not going to have the good guns. You're not going to have the good attachments. So if you end up having to face off against other players, you're not going to do as good. That's just how most games are. So, you know, if you are a new player and you're making Dream Snaps, just don't be too hard on yourself if you aren't getting the best results right off the bat. Like if you don't have the best items to use. The more you play, the more you unlock. Just check your Scrooge shop every single day. Also, the DLC Scrooge shops, check those every day. Get as many items as you can. And the more you unlock, the better you'll be able to do. There's also a lot of good things you can craft. There are a lot of great free items in the game. I would recommend, if you're a newer player, kind of go over what you have and make a decision based on that. Like, what items do you have that are going to work best for the challenge? A good way to get inspiration made is search for Craftsman Workshop and see what kind of things come up if you're not familiar with what a workshop might look like. Yeah, you can always reference, you know, images online and kind of get a feel for, like, you know, what a Craftsman Workshop would be like. I saw someone post the first draft as a car mechanic with Cruella and Oswald's cars featured, so the ideas are definitely open to interpretation. Yeah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. I don't... You know, I think that it's a fun concept for sure, but I think that one could be a little bit risky because a mechanic isn't really it's not really a craftsman. You know, the challenge states create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. Now, if there's somebody that details cars or customizes them in some way, then maybe that can get across, but I think that's a little trickier, you know, since cars aren't necessarily handmade. They can be hand customized. But yeah, I would probably take a little bit of a different route. Sorry, hang on one second. There we go. But, you know, ultimately, it depends on how well you make it, you know. Like how well you communicate the scene. Sorry, there we go. But yeah, I definitely think there are some easier routes this week. Sunshine said, is Gameloft starting to make it trickier / harder themes, or is it just me? I don't think that's the case, Sunshine. You know, if you look back, like, Marvels of Nature was a very straightforward theme, and Cozy Dreams is a more complicated theme, but it's no more complicated than a lot of the ones we've had in the past. We've had a lot of open-ended themes. Crafted with Care, I don't think is a difficult theme. I think it's just not a... It's not going to be as beautiful as some other themes, which makes it a little bit trickier in terms of ways to really capture the vote. But, you know, we also had, if we're talking about this challenge, I mean, we had a construction challenge. You know, that's kind of similar. Under construction. So, this challenge is about being a craftsman and handcrafting items. And Dreamsnap number 109 was about construction, which is, if you think about it, that's very similar. You're role-playing a blue-collar job here. So you had to have a construction site, and we had like a little foreman, so we did like the hard hat and the gloves, and, these two screwed up and drilled in the wrong place. Now we got water shooting up, and, we used like Wally's truck in the back. So even this one, we didn't have like, this wasn't going to be the most beautiful snap, but we were able to add to the beauty of it by, placing some Vitalis lanterns and getting some good lighting. RIP to the Vitalis lanterns because they're not working anymore. But yeah, there's different ways to approach it. But I wouldn't say they're getting any more challenging. Because, I mean, we've had open-ended themes since Dreamers Unite. This was Dreamsnap number 6. This challenge literally just said, show something cool. Like, that was the description for this one. It was like, show us, a beautiful part of your valley. And that's that. That's all they asked for. And we got that challenge twice. That's the only one we've had twice. So, open-ended challenge date all the way back to the second month of Dreamsnaps ever. And, we've had a lot of themes that are, open to, a bit of interpretation. Like, out of the toy box, challenge number 25. Then you have things like... I mean, they were kind of all employee of the month, That was another kind of random one. Now, some challenges, like I said, it's going to be a lot easier to make something beautiful in certain challenges. Like take a hike, having like a beautiful forest. That's anytime nature's involved, it's going to be a lot easier to play up things like beauty. When like a blue-collar job is involved or like, some kind of work, it gets a little trickier to make beauty such a big part of the concept, but there are ways to do it for sure. But yeah, I mean, the challenges we've had lately, Cozy Dreams, Marvels of Nature, Small Wonders, Wild West Wonders. I feel like for Wild West, this one could have been considered tricky because we don't have a lot of good Wild West stuff in the game, but that was their way of getting people to buy the general store. They're like, hey, let's offer like one of the only good Wild West options on the week that we do a Wild West challenge. Hooray! But yeah, I'd say, the snaps lately, I wouldn't say they've been harder, but a big thing is that it's harder to get 4K. I don't think the challenges are harder, but the bracket to get 4K has been reduced. Only 4% of players get 4K now. And where it used to be 7.5%. And on top of that, players are, now that they got rid of the tag system, they've evened the playing field as well. Because in the past, if you understood the tag system, you had a built-in advantage. Because a lot of people out there were making really nice snaps, but they didn't understand the system. They did not understand the importance of high-value items. And therefore, they had a hard time getting good results, putting a lot of us well above them consistently. But now that that's not a thing anymore, more people are finding ways to break into 4K, which can cost other people 4K. So, the way you approach Dreamsnaps now is a bit more demanding than it used to be in the past. So I don't think that the challenges themselves are more difficult, but I do think Dreamsnaps as a whole has become more competitive. But that's a healthy thing for the game, I think. Yes, Vortex, yes, absolutely. Vortex said a lot of snaps are geared towards items in the premium shop, it seems, though this week is an exception to that. Yeah, that they have gotten very good about that, and I figured they would when they got rid of the tag system. Because here's the funny thing. Back when we had the tag system... Oh, we got to get this Padme dress. Back when we had the tag system, they would often put 4 tag items in the premium shop. That would be very good for the challenge. So when they got rid of the tag system, instead, they pivoted to usually putting good items for the theme in the shop. And they also got clever about giving us themes for things we didn't have a lot of items for, and then put those items in the shop. Like Wild West Wonders, you know, putting that little, you know, general store in the shop that week, that was very clever because we were very limited on good Wild West decor and buildings and stalls. So putting that in the shop made it like a very strong purchase case, you know, because you can spend 1,200 moonstones and have a better shot at getting 4,000 moonstones. It's also not a bad-looking item. Oh, this is probably why some people didn't have the Alpine Wind Vane. I forgot this was premium. Yeah, that's a good item. Ooh, I don't have the DeVille Couture Ensemble. That could be good to have this week. The Designer Workshop. Okay. Got that as well in my recommended. All right. So, now that we're all caught up, I'm going to go ahead and ask for you guys on anybody that has had a Dreamsnap review last week. If you did not get the results you were hoping for and you would like to discuss your Dreamsnap, now's your chance. Let me know in chat. And if you would like for me to, you know, or I think I spoke to one person on Facebook today and I mentioned, you know, they got 1,500 and they shared their snap and they were saying they were hoping for better. I did tell them we could talk about it on my stream. So if you're here, Amanda, you can also share your snap. So yeah, let me know what results you got. And you can send me your snap via Discord DM and I'll take a look at it and we can talk about what you could do differently. Guru says only if you reviewed it. No, I'll even if I didn't review it. Yeah, even if I didn't. Frozen said that was me. Okay, Frozen Flamingo. I can actually pull yours up right now. So you don't have to send it because I have it over on Facebook, so I can just pull it up. Oh, actually this is already Facebook. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, let's talk about Frozen Flamingos, and then I'll take a look at Dreamers. So, Dreamer, you can send me yours as well. You see you got 1,500. Sunshine said I got rank 41, so I'm thrilled. Love this community. Hey, let's go, Sunshine. We're both in the top 100 this week. Very nice, very nice. That's awesome. All right. So, this would be Frozen Flamingos here. So I want to talk about the strengths first. And I also want to mention that 1,500 is still... It seems like you're really far away from 4K when you get 1,500 because it's less than half the moonstones. But 1,500 is actually good placement now because they've reduced the brackets. So only the top 4% get 4K. And then I think it's like up to 10% or so get the 2,500. And then within the top like 15% or so, you'll get 1,500, somewhere around there. Could be 20. It used to be 20%. Top 20% got it. But I know that got reduced too. So it's probably it might be top 15% now. So if you're getting 1,500, you're not far away from 4K. You're not far away. So we can talk about what we can do differently here. So one thing we talked about a bit earlier in the stream when I first went live on Twitch, because, and this will tie it back into your snap here. I was discussing my Dreamsnaps mantra, like my motto, the reason my results are very consistent. You know, sure, just like everybody else, I might miss 4K every once in a while. I mean, right now, I've been, I've had a really good run. You know, in the past 2 years, I've had one snap that got 2,500. And I know why. It was too complex, and it focused more on a wow factor than it did on beauty. The snap in question was for Illusion Valley, and if I would have done what I did in my YouTube video, I would have got 4K, because everybody that did pretty much everybody that did what I did in the YouTube video did get 4K. So in the YouTube video, I made a big ice portal with a big, beautiful Pixie Acres build behind it. But in the past 2 years, this is the only snap I had that did not get 4K. And it's crazy because this is a awesome snap. I wouldn't take it back. I wouldn't take it back at all. I loved what I did for this. And a lot of people said this was like one of my favorite snaps, that they've seen. From me anyway. So for Illusion Valley, I built the illusion of a pantheon coming from heaven to face off against Hades. And I use light bloom to give the pantheon a glow. I have all this lava. But the problem with this snap is that, yes, it has a cool concept, and people that really, really like snaps will take the time to read into the concept and appreciate it. And it was very close to 4K. So, but the reason I think it did not get 4K is because it didn't necessarily prioritize beauty in a theme that people were making very beautiful snaps. Just like the snap I made in the YouTube video for this, but I wanted to do something different. So I wouldn't take this back, Sure, I could just go back and I could have submitted exactly what I made for the YouTube video, because that's what a lot of people did, and they got 4K and I didn't. I didn't even use my own advice. I did something more complex. So there's a ton of depth of field here. There's a ton of details. The subject is not as close to the frame. And the wow factor that you're going to get the most beauty from is also small. So this ties into what I'm going to talk about with your snap. So this one didn't really follow my mantra or my motto. The ones that do, they consistently get 4K. And the fact that I typically stick to this game plan is the reason my snap results are so consistent. So, number one, when it comes to snaps, keep it simple. So, when I say keep it simple, that doesn't necessarily mean, hey, Vortex, thank you, my friend, thank you. Vortex coming in with the $2 super chat. Very nice of you, very nice of you. Moving up on the daily goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got 1,400 on the board. We have hit 151 goals in a row. Thank you so much, you guys. Huge accomplishment. Actually, yeah, 2 days ago, we broke 150 consecutive goals for the first time on Twitch and YouTube now as well. So thank you, thank you. Let me add your super chat to where we're at. So we have 1,400 on the board. And thank you, Vox. Thank you. Not only did you become a member today, dropping the support and love on us as well. That is very kind of you, my friend. Very kind. Goal number 152. That's crazy. That's crazy. Eventually, this goal streak will end, guys. So, don't feel like you got to keep doing it every day. We've had a heck of a run. All right. So, when I say keep it simple, that doesn't mean your snap needs to be empty. In fact, it's the opposite. You want to make sure your snap is very, very filled out. So, I'm going to break down exactly what I do that ensures 4K, when I do follow it. Number one, to keep your snap simple, it's good to make sure the subjects are very well highlighted. So the avatar, a good position for the avatar is a tiny bit of space between the top of the frame and the top of your headwear or hair. You don't always have to do that. There's plenty of snaps that get 4K where the avatar is the normal distance away, but voters do tend to really like this because a lot of people vote on Switch. They vote on Steam Deck. They're looking at a small screen. And a lot of people, like your average selfie submitters, they're not going to enlarge most photos. They're going to see two photos, they're going to pick one, and they're going to keep it moving because they're just there to get their 50 moonstones. So when you can make sure your subjects are well highlighted, that's going to make it easier for people like that. They're going to appreciate that. And not only does that apply to the avatar and companions, but also the villagers. So when you are going to showcase a villager, especially a beautiful villager, have them playing a bigger role in your scene is a big perk. You know, it's going to be good for those voters. And you did very well with that, Amanda. That's likely one of the reasons here that you ended up getting 1,500. So some of the things I'll be discussing, you did very well. Now, when it comes to what voters are looking for the most part, there are two major things. And I always prioritize these two things above almost everything else. So we've already discussed keeping your dream snap simple, but what else ties into that is the theme. And the two things the voters are looking for is theme and beauty. Sometimes they'll even prioritize beauty over theme. We can see that right now with Marvels of Nature. The challenge asked us to dress a certain way. It said dress and decorate to celebrate the endless wonders of nature. So that means we're supposed to dress our avatar up a certain way. And I think the most beautiful photo in the top 3 public submissions this week is this one. This photo is so beautiful, it didn't even matter that they didn't dress a certain way. Pocahontas is already dressed a certain way, but, you know, the challenge was asking us to dress a certain way. And voters, even though they didn't see the avatar, they still voted for this en masse because of beauty. And it did capture the rest of the theme. You know, like everything else the theme said is very strong here. This is how important beauty is. Beauty and theme are huge when it comes to capturing votes. You can come up with a really fun concept, like a really clever idea. A good example of this would be in the Small Wonders Challenge. I had a friend here in the community make a snap I really liked, where it showed them inside of a picnic basket, and they were holding a strawberry motif. It looked really good, and it really looked like they were in a picnic basket. But that photo ended up not getting the results they were hoping for. And a big reason for that is, even though the concept was really cool, it wasn't able to really It wasn't able to really match the beauty of a lot of the snaps out there. So it ended up losing out on 4K. That's how much voters tend to prioritize beauty. Even if you have a super creative concept, a super neat idea, it needs to still be as beautiful as possible. Because again, the range for 4K has shrunk. It's only 4% of players. Only 4 out of every 100 will get 4K. And to be part of that 4%, you're going to need to be able to beat some really good photos to keep winning your votes consistently. And there's a lot of good ones out there. Some weeks, you might have a dream snap that fully deserves 4K, but you just pop up against the best of the best. You pop up against really beautiful photos, and it costs you several votes, and then you end up with 2,500 or 1,500. That's why you should always build your snap in a way to compete with even the best of snaps. Now, I'm not saying you have to add a million details. If you look at this snap, it's not that many items. It's just very cleverly made and very beautiful. I mean, really, behind Pocahontas here, there's not much. We have, like, the rocks right here. We have the rushing wind. There's the boat, the bow and arrow, the spirit fire, the wind, Pocahontas herself, and the willow tree, and then a jungle tree here. As far as the background, we got the starry night sky. So there's not a million different items here. This is simple and beautiful. So, and don't worry, this is all going to tie back into us talking about y'all's dream snaps. I just want to I want to get through this first. Okay, so back to this one. So beauty and theme, as we just displayed, are very important. And beauty is so important that even if you don't acknowledge a certain sentence in the theme, you can still end up in the top of all dream snaps if you have that extremely high level of beauty. So, how do we capture beauty? You know, how do we make something beautiful? Well, the key there, one of the big keys would be how you light your snap. It doesn't necessarily have to be daytime like this, But this is a good, safe way to handle a lot of snaps. Having the sun behind the camera is going to give you very good lighting on everything within your scene. So for this snap, we have the sun behind the camera. We can see the avatar shadow going back this way. Another way to really capture a lot of beauty is color diversity and decor diversity. And that brings me to the first little critique for this one. You have really good lighting here, right? You have the sun behind the camera. You have great lighting on the avatar. You have great lighting on Pocahontas. And the sunflowers are perfect for a Pocahontas build because they're actually built into her house. But using so many of them, it's going to be trickier to give this the same level of beauty as other snaps. It doesn't mean this is not beautiful, but matched up against some of the other snaps out there, it's going to be harder to compete when you construct it this way. So, going back here, I also used sunflowers in my scene because, again, they're built into Pocahontas' house, so they play very nicely here. But I tucked one behind the log here. I have one here. And then you're also going to see luminescent flowers. You're going to see these little wish blossom flowers. You're going to see daisies from the Peaceful Meadow. There's Eternity Isle plants. There's glowing lily pads, birds of paradise, cattails. Diversifying the decor you're using, it takes a bit of extra time, but voters will appreciate that. That extra time and extra effort you put in, really diversifying how many different things you're using in your snap. It's going to give you better color diversity. It's going to make your dream snap feel a bit more natural, and it's going to add to the beauty element. Now, another thing that really helps lift the beauty element is how immersive the snap is. Now, let me explain what I mean here. When you're building a dream snap, your goal should be to build what feels like a movie scene, but not a movie set, right? So what's the difference between a movie scene and a movie set? Well, a movie set feels fabricated. It feels like it was built just for that part of the movie. You can see things that make you know it's fabricated. But when you build a movie scene, there's nothing there that indicates that you're not looking straight into a, scene from some kind of Pixar movie or something. And for this one, what really drives that home is making it to where we cannot see through the snap. Everything you see in this photo is part of the snap. So if we look through the tree line back here, we have this beautiful green glow in the back of the shot. Now, if I didn't put street lights back there, you would see through the trees, and you would see that it's just empty. You would see a blue sky. You would see the end of the floating island. And now, your imagination doesn't have to fill in what's back there. Now you can see through the trees, and you're like, oh, okay, there's no forest. The forest just ends. It's just like 2 rows of trees, and that's it. But when you seal off your snap, with lights or other decor, and lights are one of the best because they add to the beauty element, that glowing factor. That's going to make it feel more like a movie scene. Another big mistake people make is oftentimes they build way too far back. People think like, oh, the bigger my snap is, the better. Like, voters are going to see how much work I put in because I turned the entire floating island into my dream snap. You can get 4K like that, but the sad thing is, doing that takes way more time and usually rewards less. So you have to spend more time completing your snap, and most of the time you get, results that aren't as good because of it. So when choosing how far back to put things, I recommend building your tree line close to the top of your scene. And if you do have exposed space at the top with sky, you definitely want to fill it in with things like fireflies or the aurora. You don't want a lot of empty space. You want everything, every part of this photo to feel magical and beautiful. Sure, an open blue sky can be beautiful, but it's probably not going to be as beautiful as blue wafting flames and these blossom trees overlaid against the dark green and this aurora peeking through and the sparkles from the blowing flowers and stuff like that. So breaking down, or I guess compiling everything we're talking about here, item diversity is going to be very important. Sealing off your dream snap is going to be very important. and making sure everything we see in the photo plays into the concept, into the theme, and very importantly, elevates the beauty of the entire shot. So now that we've discussed the approaches I take with most of my snaps, this is a good snap. This is a solid snap. This could have gotten 4K if it popped up against the right things. But as we've also discussed, a lot of people are getting better at snaps. People are starting to get very good at doing what it takes to get 4K. So what could we have done a little bit differently here to get better results with this one? Well, you have a beautiful dress. You got your avatar close to the frame. You have wonderful lighting. But with where you chose to build this, like you're here in the peaceful meadow, we can see the cliff from the Sunlit Plateau. We see the Sunlit Plateau trees, which don't really play too well into the environment you're making. And since you're using the valley, you're relying on these cliff walls as your backdrop, which don't provide that much beauty. Whereas if you were to have gone to a floating island and made a very similar scene, you could have created your own backdrop, which doesn't take that long. Dropping a couple of layers of trees and putting a nice silhouette behind them, that's going to play better with really selling this movie scene. So, again, this is a well-made snap, but I think what would really help you elevate this and get 4K more consistently, diversify the decor in your environment. The sunflowers are a great choice, and I know you use them because they not only match your outfit, but they're also present on Pocahontas' house. You did feature her house at a pretty good spot. You don't have it too far away, which is nice. But with where you chose to build, you're limiting yourself on what you have control over. So when you choose to build your snap in a position like this, you're letting the game dictate what we see here. You can't change these cliffs. You can put things in front of them, but the cliff is so close. If you did put anything there, it's still going to feel, you're not going to get that same element of beauty. Now, I'm not saying you can't make snaps in your valley and you can't use cliff backdrops. You certainly can. You just have to be very careful about how you go about it because it's going to be hard to get that same level of beauty. And again, if we look at not just my snap, but if we go back to the top snaps here, the backdrop of this snap is the open stars, right, in the sky. But that plays into the background. We still can't see through this snap because the starry sky with the boosted saturation creates a beautiful backdrop that is part of what makes the entire photo beautiful. And if you look, they have a lot of diversity in their decor. So we see a red fern, we see a green fern, we see this red eternity owl plant, we see the spirit fire, we see the bow and arrow, we see the lily pad plant, we see a different fern, and then we see the eternity owl bush and the canoe. Through this entire photo, we don't see the same plant twice. I'm not saying you can't use the same plant twice. Of course, if we look at mine, I use sunflowers 3 times or so. But that diversity in the environment makes it feel more natural and more beautiful. So, again, the strengths of your snap here, the strengths of what you have, you've really got the lighting down. The lighting, you got the camera, you got the sun right behind the camera. You've got the avatar featured prominently. You've got Pocahontas featured prominently. But odds are, this will pop up against snaps with a higher beauty factor because this cliff wall isn't going to help your snap look more beautiful. The exposed sky up here isn't going to be very helpful either. And there are going to be foregrounds and midgrounds that offer a higher level of beauty because they're going to have more color diversity and more structure. Now, for structure, what I mean is, notice how we took the time to make a little path that leads to the house, right? Instead of just placing the house and putting flowers down, we made a little walkway for Pocahontas. And not only did we use flowers, but we also used the new Pocahontas items, like the basket of, gourds and corn here. So using some of the Pocahontas items here, and then in front of these flowers, we put a little log, And we have the new canoe here. So giving your environment more of a natural structure is also going to make it more immersive and sell that concept better. So you have a little path here, but it's buried behind the sunflowers. Like if we look at your house, you have a path here. But if you had taken that path and built it down towards Pocahontas, it would have been more noticeable. So, you know, it's too bad that you did give, you know, some texture to your snap and you did some scene building here, but you got to be careful not to bury it with other elements in the environment. So, final thoughts here, and hopefully this advice is helpful for you. You got lighting down, and that's a very important thing to have to understand. You know, getting that sun behind the camera, getting that great lighting. And if you do a nighttime shot like we saw in that top 3 submission, getting your character lighting right, getting your saturation right. Hey, no way, thank you, Sunshine. That is so kind of you. Thank you, my friend. Sunshine
Happy
with
refresh day.
$20 dono. You absolute legend. Thank you. 34 on the board. Dang, looks like we're moving right along on goal number 152. Let's go. And thank you, my friend. Thank you. Y'all drop some love in the chat for Sunshine. What a legend. Thank you, my friend. So, final thoughts here. Like I said, you got some good strengths with the positioning of the avatar, the positioning of Pocahontas, and with the, you know, the fact that you made the pathing here. But what we could improve on would be making sure that elements like the path leading to the house aren't buried. And then also, very importantly, location control. Building in an area where you can have more beauty is going to be really important. That doesn't mean you need to build in a completely open space like I did. This could apply for something like this as well. They built on the edge of a shore so they can get, you know, this beautiful water line and this starry night sky here. But you just have to think about the beauty factor because so many people are going to be looking for that. So if you don't have a super neat idea like this player had, where they're like, oh, I'm going to use like the fire and then the water and the stars, you know, if you don't have an idea like that, then a fun approach would just be to utilize a more open area so you can customize your backdrop. So going to a floating island and building out your own forest and having that diversity in the core is going to be good. Now, the other thing I want to touch on, the last thing for your photo here, would be pose, because I think you mentioned the pose on Facebook. I do like the ball gown poses where they, you know, kind of hold their hands in front of them. But if there's ever a time or ever an idea you have in Dreamsnaps that can give a little bit of an element of storytelling, it's always going to go over better with voters. I 100% believe here that if I did not pose with Miko here, just like this, I probably would have gotten more like rank 2,000. That's how important the pose is. So this ended up in the top 100, but I fully believe this exact same photo, if I were doing a different pose or a standard pose, I don't think this would have done as good at all. So that's how important a little element of storytelling can be. You know, getting the character just right. Like we have Pocahontas doing her, when, you know, the wind is blowing her hair. She's looking off into the sky with this smile on her face. And then we have this tender moment between Miko and the Avatar, because Miko's brand new. She's excited to have him, like welcoming him to Dreamlight Valley. It's a very tender, very cute moment. And other players that are excited to have Miko are going to relate to this. So when you can make your Dream Snap somehow relatable or have some kind of storytelling element there, that is going to have a good impact on your votes. So in closing, you know, beauty, theme, relatability, all very, very important. So for beauty, things like lighting, item diversity, making it feel more like a movie scene and less like a movie set, making sure everything in the photo plays into the scene itself, and having an element of storytelling there. And that doesn't just apply for this snap. I mean, if we look at Cozy Dreams here, there's a reason why I'm using the Pegasus pose, but hiding the Pegasus. I'm dreaming. So my eyes are closed. I'm smiling because it's a cozy dream. I'm trying to communicate the theme with the pose alone. I'm not just relying on the environment to communicate that we're dreaming. I am story building, or, I'm storytelling and world building with the pose itself. Are there better poses to do? Sure. But I also got really lucky, and I got a little raccoon doing the same pose. Like, what are the odds of that? But yeah, the way you approach your pose can give a lot of value to your snap. Like, even in this one, for small wonders, we are tiny in a big world. And having this, bee that's roughly, 50 times larger than a normal bee, and looking at it and smiling, shows the avatar interacting with this world. So not only do we have beauty and theme present here, but we have a bit of storytelling. In the Wild West Wonder submission, the gold rush was a big part of the Wild West. So having the avatar here with his hands on his hips, looking down at the gold bar, smiling, he made it. This man is living the dream out in the Wild West. So another bit of storytelling. And you'll see that's kind of a staple in a lot of my snaps. Even a pose like this with the open arms, kind of showing the hero headquarters, like, welcome, this is where all the magic happens. This is where it goes down, Some kind of storytelling. Here with the Vibrant Jungle Fiesta, it's a jungle party. It's a jungle fiesta. So we are having fun with our little monkey friend. I'm waving. He's waving. We're having a great time. Smiles on everybody's faces. So another way to do a little bit of storytelling there. For Pals with Paws, the challenge was to welcome a new four-legged friend to the valley. So we are posing with Pluto right at the front of the frame here, both looking into the camera with joy, very happy to have Pluto. Mickey's excited is here, Minnie's excited, and, another element of storytelling. And like I said, you'll see that throughout most of my snaps. There's always some kind of strategy behind the pose I use that tells a little bit of a story about the snap. It doesn't have to be something crazy like this, and sometimes I don't even have the avatar. Like, this challenge was architectural statement. This challenge was all about the architecture. So I didn't want the avatar here. Instead, I wanted to highlight, Eastern architecture. It's my favorite in the game. If you see my valley, that's probably obvious. But, I love the buildings that have either the, Chinese or Japanese inspiration. And, so we used Mulan, but she's not right at the front because it's more about the buildings in this snap. But yeah, in some cases, I won't even use the avatar, and we can do the storytelling with characters. We did our hair blowing in the wind for hair with flair. So if you do the dragon pose, and you hide the dragon, and then you cancel the pose, it slides your character, and your hair moves in the wind when that happens. So now we can show off our hair, and our hair is blowing in the wind, and that's why we use this one. Goofy is our driver, and Cruella is being impatient. This one, another open arms welcoming you into the Winter Lodge. This one I didn't do much of a pose. So I don't always do it, but yeah, for most of them. This one I hid the avatar. This was Cozy Holiday Cheer, and I used all the holiday styles. But instead of featuring the avatar, we put Belle right at the center with a book because we wanted to showcase it being cozy. And the holiday cheer comes from the holiday party. This one, the bee pose, where you hide the bee. She's looking off into the distance, hand out, just kind of in awe at the beauty of the environment. And Anna's also kind of doubling down on that. So, you don't always have to use like some kind of crazy pose or get super creative with it, but it certainly is a wonderful way to elevate your snap. My God, it got ugly out here. So back to this, even without a storytelling pose, this could have still gotten 4K if it popped up against the right things. But like I said, as more people get more experienced with Dream Snaps, as people, learn and grow, and as new people join the Dream Snaps challenges, it's going to be harder and harder, especially if Gameloft continues to shrink the 4K bracket as they have been. So the best way to ensure you consistently get 4K is to be mindful of all these different things we discussed. Now, the last thing I want to mention before we move on to the next snap to help, none of this means you need to spend 6 hours on your snap. I want to be very clear here. If you're limited for time, you can still do everything I'm talking about within 30 minutes to an hour if you're clever about how you approach it. So just because you need diversity in your decor and you want to, choose a backdrop that's beautiful and you want to have more control over your scene and you want to convey a story, that doesn't mean you have to spend 5, 6, or 7 hours on your dream snap. In fact, as we mentioned earlier, one thing a lot of people struggle with is
have a refreshment.
They make very complex snaps, and I like to go back to this one, where the background is further away. This takes way longer to make, and they usually get lower ranks. Now, I love this snap. This is one of my favorite snaps I've ever done. I would not change it. It did get 4K, but it got a much lower rank than I normally get. This got around rank 5,000. So, nature takeover here. It was about nature taking over an area. And I love the way we broke that down. Like, it's post-apocalyptic. It's kind of like Last of Us, You got the buildings. You got this rusted-out billboard with the vines hanging over it. You got all this rich detail. There's grass growing out of the fountain, But this has a really cool concept and really cool storytelling. But it's not going to have the same element of beauty as other snaps, and it's not simple. The subject is not at the forefront of the shot. And a lot of people don't enlarge. So, me taking the time to put this owl back here, me taking the time to put in all these tiny details and these Vitalis lanterns, a lot of voters, like your average selfie submitter, they're not going to enlarge this. They don't spend any time on their own snaps, so why would they spend time on mine? They're going to look at 2 pictures, and they're going to click on the one that they think is prettier. Now, people that put a lot of time into snaps and know how much effort something like this takes, they're likely to appreciate it, but that's the minority, not the majority. So I love making snaps like this, but they take a lot longer, and they typically don't perform as well. Now, on the flip side, here's a snap that took 30 minutes. So the snap I just showed you took, probably like 5 or 6 hours to build. This snap took 30 minutes. So the snap that took me 5 or 6 hours, that snap got rank 5,000 and something. This one gets top 100. So why is that? It's more beautiful. It's simple, a lot of voters aren't going to care what took longer. They're not going to care which one had way more effort. They're going to care about which one is more beautiful. Now, that doesn't mean you have to have it empty, but if you take items and play them up closer to the frame, you can do less work and get better results. So instead of trying to build your snaps across the entire floating island and putting everything far away, that's going to hurt you most of the time because you're going to have a lot of empty sky, or you're going to have to throw up a bunch of crap in the sky to fill it. You're not going to get the details of all these flowers or leaves or whatever you're using closer up to the frame. And you're not going to see the villager as well or the characters as well. So you can still make a beautiful, very filled out, very on-theme snap that tells a story quickly. You don't always have to put a bunch of time into it. So I think this is a great example of that. This was Pattern Party. So it was all about patterns, and the word party was also in the title. So for the foreground, we put some little party hats on these display pillars right at the front of the scene. And then coming from behind those, we have 2 rainbows. So one rainbow going to the left, one rainbow going to the right. Beside those rainbows, there are 2 villagers with patterns. We have Tigger with a pattern, and we have Minnie with a pattern. And then behind me, we have Cheshire Cat, who also has a pattern. Another rainbow, which is also patterned. And then to fill out the rest of the space, we have a flower wheelbarrow, we have some little pink rugs, and then in the back, we have the stone fence and a beautiful silhouette behind the avatar, playing up these lush pinks. And finally, to tie it all in, we have confetti cannons to make it feel more like a party. So this beautiful confetti raining in, and a snap like this can be done very quickly. So, also, symmetry can be quite popular, by the way. I don't think it's the best for all challenges, but symmetry, like this has a lot of symmetry. Symmetry scratches an itch in a lot of people's brains, so it can go over well. But simple can be good. This is another one that I barely put any time into. And this one, I mean, the only thing that took time was getting Figaro just right. So I didn't even really like this snap because I felt like I didn't spend enough time on it.
A few inches later.
I felt like it was lazy because I didn't do that much. But this is another one that got like rank 112 or something. Only because the beauty carried it. You know, these big Pluto icons on the side really sell the theme. You know, the reunion of Pluto and Mickey here, and then Minnie, you know, that's good for the storytelling factor. There's good lighting, and then we have great color diversity from all the balloons in the back. You know, the rainbow is very beautiful. So it has a lot of these beauty elements. But yeah, what I'm getting at here is I just want to, I want to make sure everybody that's hearing this advice knows that when I say you want to have item diversity and you want to have beauty and you want to make it feel like a movie scene and seal off your snap so we can't see through it, that does not mean you have to spend 6 or 8 hours on your snap. You can do something for a lot of challenges rather quickly where you can execute everything I'm talking about, you know, while limited for time. Sure, that can be a bit trickier, but practice makes perfect. I think the only reason I can really do snaps like this as quick as I can now is because I've done, how many snaps have we had? At this point, I've made 144 snaps. So I've done 144 snap challenges. So I've gotten pretty good at throwing them together quickly. But it can be done. It can be done. And usually for my videos, I'll have ideas for like what you guys can do, you know, for if you're short on time. Because I like to include that as well because not everybody has a bunch of time to put in their snaps. So yeah, sorry that took so long on this first one. I just wanted, now that we covered like exactly, you know, what my approach is when it comes to getting results, this can apply to the other snaps we're going to look at. So I won't have to go through all of that again. Closing out here, you did a good job on, like I said, the lighting, the placement of the character. You know, there's fun, beautiful colors. If this would have popped up against the right stuff, 4K would have been possible. But Dreamsnaps is competitive now. So what my advice is for you moving forward, choose a location where you get to dictate exactly what the backdrop looks like. You know, you can control, you have more space to build. As for me, let me go to one of my recent snaps here. Actually, I think if I go to the meadow, I'll show you where I usually build on floating islands. I tore it down already. Okay, let's go to Frosted Heights then. So where I usually build is very close to the front of the island. And because of this, and also in the middle, because of this, I have full control over what we see on the left, full control over what we see on the right, and full control of what we see in the background. And I usually seal off the snap somehow. So the scene you're looking at here, it looks pretty ugly, right? Like, you know, looking at it this way, because this is not the camera angle. When we look at the actual photo of this, it's completely different. You really only need to work. You only need to worry about filling out what you can see in that camera angle. So before building your snap, figure out where you're taking your shot, line up your angle, and keep coming back to it. You know, if you snap the photo, but then you look back here and notice there's nothing behind this gazebo, well, then go back into furniture mode, put some crystals back there. If this part of the sky feels too empty, drop an air balloon. You know, whatever you have to do to make it feel lush, full, beautiful, fun, and on theme. All right. But yeah, choosing a location where you're going to have a lot of control over your environment, having that nice item diversity, you know, playing up lighting, colors, and fun items are all going to be very helpful ways to impress the voters and to compete with some of those other high-end snaps. All right. Yeah, dude, Joanne, the Earth Day tree, so pretty, so pretty. The sycamore, as everybody told me. Yeah, it's awesome. All right. So Dreamer, did you send me yours? I know we had a few of you guys send me snaps as well that wanted to talk about your results too. We can do that before we get on to the premium shot review. Yeah, I sent you mine. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. And you said you got 1,500? Yeah, I remember when we reviewed this one, Dreamer. You know, there were a lot of things that I tried to help you change here. But remember when we were, you know, when we were just reviewing... Oh my god, why is that so loud, bro? What the heck, dude? That scared the hell out of me. Okay, hang on a second. Why is Blurp so loud? I gotta turn it way down. Let me see, let me see. Play sample. Nope, still too loud.
Just do it.
Why won't it get quiet?
Just do it.
Bro. Change the volume for all content on Blurp. Yeah, they recently broke Blurp. I might have to turn it off until I can figure out why it's so loud. Give me 1 second, you guys. I can't be jump scared like that again. It's going to throw me off. Dude, I set it at 3% volume and it still didn't change anything. How is that possible? All right. Blurp, what are you doing? Yeah, I gotta fix this, dude. They keep changing Blurp. They keep changing the website.
Just do it.
Yeah, that's even 0%, bro. What the heck?
Just do it.
Sorry, it's yelling at you guys. Yeah, even if I have it at 0%, it sounds the exact same. I think their website is broken right now.
Oh yes, Daddy.
Yeah, see how loud that is? I can't have that. That's just way too loud. Oh, website volume? Maybe that'll fix it. But that shouldn't though, because we're using browser source volume. Nope, change nothing.
Just
Okay.
do it.
All right. Mods, could you guys do me a favor? Could we turn off the Blurp channel point redemptions for now? I won't be able to turn off walk-ons, unfortunately. I'm going to have to look at it tonight. Blurp messed up their website. Don't apologize, Brad. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's the website. It's Blurp's website. They recently changed everything, and they totally screwed it up. So... DVS, dude, please don't. I'm literally right now, you're listening to me say, hey, it's too loud. It's like way too loud on my headphones. It's like I'm way too overstimulated, and I'm voicing that this is difficult, and then you just start playing sounds. Come on, dude, don't do that. Don't be like that, please. You know, you can have your sounds back as soon as I fix it, but you know, please, if I'm having an issue with something, why exacerbate it? You know, why make it worse? Why make it worse? Why are you doing that? Aren't you my friend? Come on now. Please turn all the Blurp sounds off. I was walking away from my phone for 1 second. I didn't hear you saying that. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why we're turning it off. Maybe, yeah, I guess you weren't here when I was talking about how loud it was. Again, it's not y'all's fault. The sounds are there for you to use and have fun with, but at this volume, I think it's anybody that's wearing headphones, they're gonna hate it. Me included. It's like it's so loud for some reason. So yeah, I'll look at it tonight. We'll see what's going on. And if anything, I might have to turn Blurp off entirely and send them a support ticket until they can fix this, because that's insane. And yeah, Brad, not your fault. The walk-ons are for you guys to use whenever you come in. It's just something's up with the Blurp site. Okay, so for your scene here, Ashley, remember when we were talking about structure in your environment? So if we go back, one of the minor issues we had with Amanda's here is that she made a little path to, you know, we have a little path going to Pocahontas' house, but it's buried. We can't see it. It's behind the sunflowers, and you want to make something like that a bit more noticeable so it's open. So if you look in my snap here, you'll notice coming from Pocahontas' house, there's this nice little walkway that's open. So we get a little bit of a break between all the decor, right? We want to have details and we want to have item diversity, but you don't necessarily want to... Oops. Let me bring you back up here. You don't necessarily want to do something like this where your entire photo is just fully cluttered. You want to have detail throughout your shot, but there's a difference between putting detail in your shot and then just kind of filling it up just to fill it up. So there's not really any room to breathe here. Like Pocahontas' house is here. How does she access the house? You know, if we look at it, you got a stone fence in front of her door, and there's like no entryway. You want to think about how you're structuring your build. Now, the other thing is, I told you in the review that you needed to get rid of some of this, you know, if you recall. I was like, hey, I think you should tone it down. And you did tone it down a little bit, but even on the re-review, I still recommended, you know, like, hey, this Wish Blossom topiary, it doesn't really have much to do with Pocahontas. And at first, you didn't have the willows in there either. You didn't have her house in there. You didn't have a lot of the Pocahontas stuff. And if your plan is to highlight Pocahontas, you know, we want to take advantage of the Pocahontas items. I also recommended you use the Pocahontas items instead of like all the stuff you have here. So instead of like the Wish Blossom topiary and, you know, the stone fence and like all these flowers around, you can have some flowers. But when you're highlighting a new character and we get new items and decor from that character, it's good to build your scene around things like that. So Pocahontas is here. We have her little basket of veggies right here that we got from the Scrooge shop. There's this little shelf with more baskets. We have a little bit of breathing room in the environment, a nice little pathway. We still filled out our scene with a lot of details, but there's a difference between detailed and busy. There's a big difference there. So, in your future snaps, Dreamer, what I recommend for you is try not to make your snap this busy. Now, if the challenge description is like create a beautiful field of flowers, sure. You know, you could do something like this, for sure, if that's what the challenge is asking of you. But in almost every other type of challenge, it's never a good idea to cram this many things together. You need a little bit of breathing room. And if you look at most of my snaps, you're going to see that. Like, here we have, you know, a pathway that goes here and a pathway that goes here. Now, in between that pathway, we have crystals and items, right? We have decor, but there's some breathing room there. You'll see the same thing here. And then the water also helps as breathing room. You know, we got this nice little pool of water here. In this snap, you know, we have this wood pathway that breaks apart the scene. We have a lot of openings here. And these open areas, you don't have to leave them empty. You can detail them with path items, items that are very low to the ground. Like here we have the mud paths from a cart, you know, so that this wasn't as empty, but it's also going to give some space between all the environmental details. In this one as well, we have a path. So this one has a lot of flowers just like you had, but we broke it apart a little bit. If I would have done these flowers all the way across the scene like you did, it would have felt way too busy, and it wouldn't have done as well. So in your original as well, you know, I recommended not just going in your pockets and dropping a bunch of flowers, because at first I can tell you did that because they were all facing the same way. And I was like, yeah, you're going to want to rotate them a bit. And I also encouraged you to get rid of the items that don't really have much to do with Pocahontas. If you want to highlight Pocahontas for your challenge, it's a good idea to play up to that. You know, highlight the things that work well with that. So this Wish Blossom topiary back here, you know, doesn't really have much to do with Pocahontas. And her house is great, but you've kind of buried it behind all these other items. And then you didn't include any of the Pocahontas decor, which would have worked really well with her house and with her character. Aside from that, The color definition on this isn't the best. You don't have to have your saturation turn like all the way up, but you do want to get some good, beautiful color in your scene. And when you use things like the Aurora Borealis, you want to turn them and position them in a way to where they get a bit more coverage. Because you have the Aurora, but it's only kind of in one spot right here. What would have been better here is building your tree line a bit closer in. Because as we discussed, you know, when I was going through things I typically do for my snaps, I try to have the entire photo full, and I pull a lot of items up to where the tree line comes close to the top of the frame. You want to avoid, basically you have, you know, a lot of empty space at the top of your frame, and at the bottom of the shot, it's just chaos. You know, it's like flowers galore and things blocking Pocahontas' house. And originally, you didn't have the willows either, or her house. So you didn't really have anything that had to do with Pocahontas. It was just like, you know, and nature is more than flowers. You know, that's what you want to keep in mind as well. Flowers are great for a nature build, but little things like bushes, you know, some beautiful trees, cattails, vines, you know, all of these things are nature as well. So, yeah, flowers are great, but water is a big part of nature. You know, vegetables, vines, ferns, logs, rocks. If you want to do a nature build, try to really think about, you know, having several different elements of nature. And again, I think the biggest thing you'll want to consider moving forward, Dreamer, is you want your Dreamsnap to be detailed. But that doesn't mean you just fill your Dreamsnap up with random items. And that's something I've tried to explain to you a lot, but, you know, it's been a little difficult to get through to you on that. You do get 4K, you know, every so often. You know, I would say probably about half the time you get 4K, which is good. But there's a lot of challenges like this one where you get 1500. And I feel like if you look at those submissions you've done, make sure you're saving your snaps and make sure you're reviewing the ones that didn't get 4K and comparing them to the ones that did. Because most of the time when I see you get 4K, you've put a bit more thought into exactly what you're using and why you're using it. There are a lot of pretty items in the game, and there's definitely a lot of beautiful flowers, but if you approach a challenge like this and you just drop them everywhere and strike a pose, yeah, it'll look pretty, but there's going to be snaps that look a bit better and a bit more diverse. And again, build closer in. You don't have to build so far away. These willow trees, like when we did the reviews, I also tried to explain to you that these were very important, especially for Pocahontas as a character. So I encouraged you to add willow trees, but you put them all back here. And if you know, see them in the shot here, I got them all around her house. And then on the right side of the scene, you know, we have this green kind of highlighting the willow branches hanging down. So yeah, final thoughts on your streamer. Try to open up your scene a little bit more and try to be more intentional with what you're using. When you grab items, you don't only want to grab them because they're pretty. You need to ask yourself, how does this play into my snap? Like, how is this going to work with my scene? That's going to be different every challenge, by the way. So, you know, it's all going to come down to what the theme is. And yeah, for nature, of course, flowers are going to work well, but there's so many other things besides flowers that you may want to consider, you know? All right, were there any others that wanted me to take a look at their snaps, by the way? Scuttle says I can attest I have earbuds in. Yeah, my headphones are also like really, yeah, I keep them pretty loud so I can hear everything well. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Blurp. I really got to figure that out. I'm going to try to get that fixed tonight, but it's way too loud. Yeah, let me know if any more of you guys like that wanted me to take a look at your snap. I'll take a look at it. Vortex says I sent mine. Did you send it on Discord? Is it a Discord DM? Let me see if I can find you here, Vortex. Oh, I think I got you here. I think I got you. Oh, well, you got 4K. No, we're not. So the advice I'm giving is not necessarily on, this is really cool, by the way. This is not necessarily advice on how to get top 5 or how to get in the top 100. The advice I'm giving is to help people consistently get 4K. You did very good with this. Great lighting, great feature of the avatar. Very unique. Really good way to use the new items here. Very fun, very cool. But when it comes to getting, when it comes to the top ranks, yeah, it was a big risk. This is very different from what I've seen from a lot of people. But like I like to say, high risk, high reward, I often take some fun risks with my snap, and sometimes it'll pay off, and sometimes it'll rank a little bit lower than normal. Like, I'll still get the 4K, but, it just depends. But yeah, very beautiful, lots of fun color. I like the inner earth nature concept here. Very cool, very cool. I can see why this did well. But here's the thing, why I don't necessarily give advice about how to get in the top 100 or how to get in the top 1,000. A lot of the advice I give, if you follow it week by week and you make good snaps like this, you will eventually, if you haven't already, get into the top 100. But it's not something that is always going to be consistent, and here's why. Landing in 4K is a decently sized range, because about 7,000 plus accounts will land in there. That's a lot of wiggle room. But for getting in the top 1,000, way less wiggle room. Getting in the top 100, very little wiggle room. And we have no control over what kind of voters we get and what kind of snaps we pop up against, right? With us unable to predict or control that element of snaps, it's very hard to say, yes, this is exactly what you need to do to get to that point. Because there are a lot of really strong snaps out there, right? And, we've, in fact, hang on, let me bring something up real quick here, which is pretty interesting. I'm going to show you something pretty neat here. I like to bring this snap up often because it's a very good example of what I'm about to say. If you guys recall, several months ago, we had a Star Wars challenge called Coziness Beyond the Stars. Very cool challenge. I don't know how many of you remember what the rank 2 submission looked like, but this is it. This got rank 2. And a lot of people were very confused. I had so many people saying, how did this happen? Dreamsnaps is broken. What's going on? It's not fair. But what you have to understand about this isn't the first time something like this has happened. During the Rainbows Challenge, if you remember that one, the Pride Challenge, the rank 2 submission for that one was literally an empty beach with a few balloons. And that was it. So how does that happen? Well, this photo got really lucky with what it popped up against. They did the theme, which is the bare minimum. They did the theme. And during the voting phase, this probably popped up against random selfies, random quest photos, people that didn't do the theme at all, or people that did the theme so poorly that this was just genuinely better. And because of that, it clawed its way all the way up to rank 2. So the human element of voting and the fact that you have no control over what you pop up against makes it very hard for me to say, yes, doing this means you'll definitely get top 100 or top 1,000. At the end of the day, if you want to get the highest rank possible, you're going to have things beyond your control. And the best thing to do is to focus on the two things I mentioned the most: theme and beauty. Having that theme, having that beauty is going to give you the best shot at 4K. And not only the best shot at 4K, but also a good chance to pop up in the top 3. I've had 2 top 3 Dream Snaps. So one of them was Topsy Turvy Tea Party. So for this challenge, you know, I got rank 2. But despite getting rank 2, I told everybody this doesn't mean my snap was the second best in the world. This doesn't mean my snap was better than yours. This doesn't mean that my snap beat the other 100,000 snaps that didn't rank as high. No, that's not what this means at all to me. What this means is that I did the theme, I made my snap beautiful, and I got a little lucky. I popped up against snaps I was able to beat over and over and over and over until I wound up in the top 2. But you see, there's no way I can control who I pop up against. I also can't control whether or not the voters vibe with my snap. What I can control is trying to make it easy enough to understand so all voters can appreciate it. You know, so we got the tea party right at the front. There's a teapot literally right here steaming to be super obvious. So the theme is very simple. And the subject is well highlighted. And we had just got Alice and them, so we got her right at the front. You know, so a very simple snap. Now, simple, again, doesn't mean that it lacks detail. There's a lot of detail in the tea party here. But it's simple in the fact that the important elements are close up. And it's very easy to understand the theme. I try to always build my snaps in a way to where you could likely guess the theme, even if you didn't know what it was. I try to take that approach, and I always look at what I'm making, and I think to myself, could I guess what this challenge is about if I didn't know? And asking myself that helps me make it even more simple for voters. So one of the best ways to get the highest ranks possible, again, you can't control it, you can't guarantee it. You know, for all I know, the only reason this is here is for the same exact reason this was here. You know, maybe, just maybe, on this one, I just popped up against a bunch of random selfies, and here I am. Now, the odds of that happening twice are super small, and the fact that I've gotten rank 2 twice, I think, kind of helps me know it's not a fluke. But at the same time, who knows? You know, it could be. But the best way to ensure, you know, that you have not only a good chance at 4K, but a possible chance at getting a very high rank is making sure your snap is beautiful and simple. Those, you know, or you know, on theme, or at least the simple in the aspect that the theme is very easy to read, very easy to understand. So beauty and the simplicity of the theme, those two things are things that can have you winding up in very, very high ranks. Ultimately, the number by your Dream Snap doesn't really matter as long as you get that 4K. If I get rank 30 and you get rank 4,000, we are going to get the exact same reward. The only time the number really matters is if you're in the top 5 or if you're in the top, you know, or if you're in the 4K range. But anywhere within that, you know, some snaps on the lower end, some snaps that barely got 4K, they got maybe rank 7,000. They might not be at the back of 4K because they had a problem. They could be at the back of the 4K because they just kept popping up against really good snaps. While other snaps that are ranked 200, they might be there because they popped up against a bunch of selfies over and over, you know? So it's very hard to control where you land in 4K, but it's not that hard to control landing in 4K. That's why I don't really give advice tailored around, hey, I usually get rank 4,000, I want to get rank 2,000. I give advice on building snaps in a way, in the safest way possible to get 4K. So it's all about safety. And when it comes to safety, that's mostly about making sure the theme is very easy to understand, very easy to comprehend. That's why in a lot of the Cozy Dreams challenges, I was recommending things like beds and starlight projectors to amplify that dreamy feel. The beds were there for a storytelling element to say you're transitioning into this dream world. That helps with the simplicity. That makes the theme very easy to understand, because there's a lot of people out there that are going to vote fast, and they don't put much thought into their own Dreamsnap, so you can't expect them to put too much thought into yours. So making sure people like that can easily understand what you're going for is very important. That's why earlier today when people are asking me, what if I do a glass-blowing craftsman? You know, I'm like, yeah, you can, but it's going to be trickier because you need to really sell that fact. You need to make it obvious that that's what's going on, and that's more difficult because we don't have the best items for that. But yes, you can do that. You just need to get really clever with how you make it simple. So yeah, beautiful snap, beautiful snap. It's got a high beauty factor. It's very unique, and you know, snaps like this can be high risk, high reward, so they can sometimes pay off really well, or they can come back on you. But I feel pretty certain, you know, this was a safe 4K submission because it has a very high beauty factor. These new walls are really pretty. The crystals are beautiful, and then the light around the avatar, you know, there's a lot of good, strong beauty elements here. Like, it's a very, very pretty snap. And it has really good color saturation and really good light. So when a snap is small, a lot of people vote on Switch or Steam Deck, and they're not going to enlarge a snap. So when the subject is taking up a lot of the frame, like this, and the snap has really profound colors, it's going to stand out. And usually, for a lot of voters, whichever of the two snaps captures their attention first is the one they'll gravitate towards. But yeah, you know, I guess in closing here, I'm not in the habit of giving advice on, you know, how to get top 1,000 or top 100, but what I can tell you is that if you continue what you're doing and you continue to make beautiful snaps, and if you make the theme as simple as possible, you'll have a higher likelihood at higher and higher ranks, but they're never guaranteed because we have no control over what we pop up against, and we have no control over what kind of voters we're going to get. Are they going to be nitpicky? Are they going to vibe with the concept? You know, it depends. It depends. But yeah, beautiful work. Very cool, very cool. All right, let's see. Was there anybody else that had a snap for me to take a look at? Laura Lou Law says, I never see beautiful snaps when I vote. I don't know why. I'll tell you why. We talk about that a lot. We talk about that a lot. That's the exact reason, Laura. That's the exact reason why I say it's good to keep your snaps simple. The reason why you don't see a lot of good snaps is because there's not that many. Those of us that put a lot of time and effort into our snaps, like you guys that are watching this, you actually, you do. You know, even if you're not getting 4K consistently, you still put more time and effort into snaps than most players because you're actually looking at snaps content. You're actively learning about snaps. But I would guess that the amount of the player base, or the percentage of us that really put time and effort into our snaps, is probably southwards of 20%, like less than 20% of players put a good amount of effort into their snaps. If you want to find good submissions while voting, the best thing to do, you might get lucky and find some right away, but what I usually have to do, because I do weekly voting videos now for channel members and I put them up on the weekend, I usually have to skip a bunch of snaps to get to some fun ones to vote on, because I want to talk about the good ones, but I have to skip a lot. For every 10 pairs of snaps I see, I get like one good one maybe. So yeah, most players, they're just kind of vibing with the game, you know, and they don't really care much about snaps. They'll submit a random selfie or just a random photo just to get their whatever moonstones they end up getting, and they're cool with that, you know? So that's why I'm saying it's good to keep your snaps simple, because when we think about voters, it's easy to think that everyone that's voting is like us. It's easy to think that because we're in these communities. All the people we're talking to are putting effort into their snaps. They're all putting thought into their snaps. But what's interesting is most people aren't really like that. You're going to see a lot of snaps where there's like minimal effort. You know, like this is a submission for Cozy Dreams. So this is the average, you know. I would say this is a little above average because they used a bed and they have pajamas on, so I think that's good. But what I'm getting at here is there are a lot of snaps out there that are just very minimal. You know, people, you know, they'll put something in, but they don't care that much about the theme. This is the average voter. You know, we are a minority. And this is why prioritizing beauty and simplicity, it's a great way to win over people like us and people like them. Because there's nothing wrong with them playing the way they play. I don't blame them. You know, not everybody enjoys scene building. Not everybody enjoys Dream Snaps. And that's totally fine. Not to mention, the more people there are out there that'll submit like this, the better it is for us. Because it's easier for us to get 4K if there's more random submissions out there. I see some people complain, you know, they're like, I hate Dream Snaps because every time I go to vote, there's a bunch of random selfies and random photos. And I'm like, yeah, it does suck that you can't find good shots when you're voting. Like, I get that. It's kind of annoying. But at the same time, I'm glad they're there because it makes it a little bit easier for the rest of us to actually get good results when we put work in, right? So, yeah, you're not going to find that many really good snaps when you vote. Some are out there for sure. You know, there's some good snaps out there. If you keep looking, you'll come across some. But so far, we haven't really seen any dream scenes yet. And those are the ones I think that are going to do the best this week. Most of what we're seeing are bedrooms. This is the closest one I've seen to a dream, but it's more like a dream nightmare kind of situation. So you'll see a lot of shots like this when you vote. You know, very minimal effort, very minimal work. And the fact that that's what you see shows you that this is really what the average voter is like, you know. Those of us who put a lot of time and effort in the snaps, like I said, we're more of a minority, you know. We're a small group here. This one's kind of cute. So yeah, you're not going to find too many good snaps. And that's okay, because also, only 4% of snaps get 4K, and out of some of those snaps, some of them aren't the best either. Like, if you look at posts and you see people sharing, like, oh my god, I got 4K, some of those 4K snaps are a little questionable. So even in the top 4%, there are some snaps in there that also aren't that good. So if you're looking for truly beautiful, awe-inspiring, breathtaking snaps, that's going to be more like maybe 2% of the snaps out there. So for every 100 snaps you see, you'll probably see 2 really good ones. So, you know, it's totally normal not to see like a whole lot of good snaps. Chewy said, would you mind reviewing mine? Send it via DM. Would really appreciate your insights. Yeah. Was there anybody else that wanted me to take a look at theirs that did not get the results they had hoped for? So again, for me taking a look at your snaps, guys, I'm really looking for anybody that submitted but did not get the results they were hoping for, and then we can kind of build on that if you'd like. Cole said we're gonna put in Discord. So if you were asking about, well, first Cole, let me know what kind of results you got, and Janet also said they sent theirs. Janet Ben. First 4K, but I think it could be better. I wasn't expecting much from the snap. Okay, I'll take a look at yours as well, Janet. But after Janet's, I'd like to focus on players who got less than 4K. So that we can help, you know, give some pointers there. Because again, if you got 4K, you know, the advice I give is not really catered towards like getting an even higher rank. If you're getting 4K, you're doing a great job. But I will take a look at yours as well. Let me see if I can find you here. Wait, where did you send it to me, Janet? It's your first 4K. I'm looking for you here. I don't have a DM from you on Discord. I see Chewy here. Yo, thank you! Fim, very nice of you, my friend. Very nice of you.
Coming in late but wanted to say hi and show my appreciation for all you do.
Oh, you are the sweetest, Fim. Thank you, thank you. Muchas gracias, my friend, and welcome back, welcome back. Very kind of you. We are now only 600 bits away from goal for the day. That is very kind indeed. I just started watching yours. I got 1,500 in, which is a record for me. My 6th time doing Snap. Very nice, very nice. Dreamsnap results is where you put it? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and if you ever need to DM me something, Janet, if you go to the announcements channel where I announce going live, you can just click on my name and you can send me a message that way. It'll go to my message request, but I can get it directly that way. Let me see if I can find you in... You said Dreamsnap results? Okay. Is your name the same on Discord? Is it Janet? Let's see. Yeah, we'll take a look at Chewy's as well. Breezy, Lilo, Jen, Kimberly. Hey, let's go. Thank you. Brand new supporter here, or was that a gifted? Oh, no, that's a brand new supporter. Very nice. Pure Ice. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Welcome to the supporter fam. Very kind of you. Very kind. Clinksy said I ended up with 2,500, but wasn't too shocked. To be honest, I mean, I did the theme, but it is what it is. I mean, 2,500 is still really good. And also, Clinksy, you know, it's worth remembering that they did reduce the bracket. So even if you get 2,500, in the past, that would have been a 4K snap. I'm having a hard time finding your snap, Janet. Can you send it to me via DM? That way, oh, yeah, I think you might have tagged it. There we go. Somebody tagged me in it. Belle found it. Oh, Ashley found it. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. All right, let's see. All right, I'll pull it over here. Okay, so first off, for the strengths you have here, Janet, you got good light hitting the scene, and you have the camera very close to the avatar, so you're featuring your subject very well. Featuring your subject very well. Yo, Dekai, thank you, my friend Dekai, with the 600 bits, and goal number 152 is done. Very nice, very nice. Thank you for the 600. That is very sweet of you. Wow, you guys, 152 consecutive goals. For the last 152 streams in a row, we've hit our stream goal. Let's go. All right, so for this one, congrats on the 4K first off. And as far as the strengths, featuring your avatar very well at the front of the screen, always a good play. You know, you don't have to do that to get 4K, but voters do like this, especially fast voters, because they're not going to need to necessarily enlarge your photo. You do have good lighting here as well. But let's talk about what you could do even better. First off, including a villager for any challenge that mentions a villager, like you have Pocahontas' house here. If you would have brought in Pocahontas, that would have been a great addition to this snap. And we don't have much going on over here on this right-hand side, for example. So there's these little plants down here, and then you have this little barrel, and then the canoe. So if you did bring in Pocahontas, you could have her right next to you here, hair blowing in the wind. And not only would that be a great addition to the scene and play into the fact that we have her house here, but it would also fill out this portion of the shot. Now, the other thing is, you know, as we discussed previously, it's going to be a good idea to fill out your full snap. If you start building out your entire scene, you will see more consistent results. You'll have this happening more often. And what I mean by that is you place this boat over here, you place this decor piece here, but back here, nothing behind the boat, and then we have the background of the biome itself. So I would recommend building out your own background rather than using the backdrop here. Now for the sky, we have this like whitish gray. So having a bit more, that's going to come from your time of day and saturation. So the sky can either look pale, a pale white like this, but it's very risky, or it can be a deeper color, and you can get more beauty that way. You have good beauty in the avatar, and you have some good items around you, but you could get in 4K more consistently if you focused on building out the entire scene. So going back to my snap as an example here, I would recommend getting accustomed to building on floating islands, especially if you're not regularly getting 4K, or if you're trying to have that happen more.
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh my god, bro. I gotta turn walk-ons off. Tommy, hello. It's not your fault, Tommy. The blurp is broken and everything is way too loud. I'm gonna have to turn them off real quick. Hang on. We already turned off, like, the blurp sounds. They changed their website, and the volume slider stopped working entirely. I don't know why. But for me wearing headphones and the rest of my viewers wearing headphones, it's been, like, a problem today. I just didn't want to go into it. I wonder if I can just turn off the entire blurp system for now. Yeah, volume just like doesn't work right now on their site. I don't know why. Hopefully that'll work. All right. This is great. Now I need Taco Bell. Okay, okay. Hopefully that got it. But yeah, that's not y'all's fault. It's blurp. Blurp is being frustrating today. I wish they would stop tampering with their website, because every time they change something, it screws up the whole thing. Okay. Not this one, not this one. So, we were discussing this a bit earlier, Janet, earlier in the stream. Rather than me telling or going through exactly what you can do with this one. Oh, Janet, thank you. We got 5 gifted memberships from Janet here. Very nice of you. Very nice of you. Thank you, my friend. There it goes. There it goes. I was like, why aren't the alerts working? Jeremy Strickland, Frey Elise, Kachina, Dorian, and Kiri all got gifted subs. Very nice. Very nice. So since we have a limited time, there are certainly a few things that you can do to get 4K more consistently. And what I recommend for you is, before we did our first one today, were you here when we did the first review? Were you here when, when I went through my motto or my mantra, like how I approach each challenge? I would focus on the things I discussed at the beginning of this session. So at the beginning of the session, I talked about controlling your background, like having control over where you are. Like floating islands giving you a bit more flexibility. I talked about filling out the photo. I talked about the beauty element, the diversity in decor. All of these things are going to give you a much higher likelihood of 4K and a higher likelihood of an even higher rank. So a lot of these things I was discussing apply very well to the snap you have here. So, filling out more of the shot, getting more of a beauty factor in the sky, be it by adjusting saturation or time of day. You got good lighting on the avatar, good job on the makeup, good positioning of the avatar. Also things like having a pathway to the house here could all be helpful. So yeah, very happy to see you got your first 4K. I think you can certainly get 4K even more consistently if you focus on some of the examples I was discussing before we did Amanda's first review. So after the stream, or you might be able to rewind it now if you wanted to, but I would say after, I would go back to the segment of the stream where we were discussing what I prioritize each week, which focused on things like beauty, filling out the entire snap. And this doesn't have to take a super long time either. You know, there's ways to do this quicker, which we also discussed. But storytelling elements, utilizing your villagers, and then having the background of your scene come close to the top to really fill it out. So there's things you're doing very well, like your character placement is strong, your lighting is good. But I think one area that would help you find 4K far more often would be filling out your photo a bit more. Now, again, you want to be careful not to take that in the wrong direction. As we saw earlier when we were reviewing another snap, filling out your photo definitely doesn't just mean bringing a bunch of flowers and hitting empty pockets and then just having flowers everywhere. You want to be very intentional with the decor you're using, which it looks like you already have a good idea of that. Everything here feels intentional. Like, you know, the boat, the bear chairs, the fire, the little table here with the fish on it, the feather fence here, the basket. This all feels very intentional. So, you know, you're doing a good job picking the items you want to utilize, and you built out a little foreground scene here. The greatest areas for improvement on this one would be the fact that we have a lot of opportunity here, here, and here. Now, another thing I would like to mention is that one thing a lot of people get messed up on in this game is the grass. In a lot of biomes, the grass is hideous, and that's not your fault. It's the way Gameloft has built the game. So grass, if we zoom in on it, typically in every one of the biomes, it's like a couple of random shades that just blend together. It doesn't look good. Grass has almost no beauty element to it. So how do we work around that? How do we work around the grass? Well, we minimize it. So that doesn't mean you have to bury or hide all the grass. You can still see the base of the grass, but we want to minimize, you know, this basket right here with the veggies and this feather fence would look a lot better if these blades of grass weren't in front of it. And it wouldn't look necessarily bad if the grass wasn't coated to be so messy and choppy. Like, the grass in this game just does not look good. So going back to the scene here, I have a lot of exposed grass, but you'll notice there's no blades popping up. You don't see any of those jagged pieces. We get the beautiful green from the grass, but there's very minimal jagged pieces. And the way you can do that is by putting items around the flowers and other items. Anytime you put something on the grass, it actually flattens it and completely removes it for the most part. So this log right here, that's why this was here. I didn't want to just dump more flowers because it would get a bit congested, so I laid a log here, and that tamed the grass. And that's usually what I refer to it as, taming grass. So a real quick example, if we go to the forest island here, and guys, I'm not going to be able to do too many more of these, unfortunately, because I still need to build my example snap. We haven't even started that yet. So I'm going to be able to do Janet's. And if I have any supporters, like Twitch subscribers, that received a review, if you received a review and you didn't get 4K, then let me know, and I might be able to take a look at yours. But I have other things I need to move on to with the snaps as well. And next week when we do this, we're going to focus entirely on snaps that we reviewed that did not get 4K. Just because if you want to improve your snaps, we have the Monday and Tuesday snap reviews for that. Wednesday, I got to make sure I have some time to build out my scene. So I know a lot more of you guys are asking for me to take a look at your snaps, but unfortunately, you know, we don't have unlimited time. I got to get to work on that. So the Forest of Valor grass is probably one of the worst. It's very tall. It's very choppy. Look at how pretty, you know, some of these items look when we actually tame that grass. And notice how when you rotate the items, it tames the grass a bit differently. So now right here. And when we tame the grass, we can see more of these details, like this little fern here, this little guy here. So whenever I go to different biomes like this, I will find ways to tame the grass, whether that's by making a little paved area or using flower petals. But yeah, taming grass is huge. You want to try to minimize. You want to try to minimize how much of that choppy grass you're going to see. Again, it's not your fault that GameLoft made the grass this way. Even on PC with like ultra graphics, like this looks so bad. Like look at the way the grass just comes out of the ground. Like it looks so fake. Now other things in the game, like this willow tree, this looks so good. It's got all this texture. It's got all this definition. It's got shading. But that's what makes the grass bad. It has no shading. It's fully two-dimensional. It's basically a whole bunch of grass motifs. That's all this is. So I really try to limit how much of that jets up in front of other items. So like this two-dimensional grass motif coming up over the pond does not look good. So I would bring the pond down more until we don't have to have that in the scene anymore. So this was like a little demo scene. I made this in about 4 minutes because I was showing people how fast you can make a scene. But for this one here, this is a good example. You know, the pond here is blocking a lot of the grass, but this bucket over here doesn't look very good because of that grass. But what we can do for something like that is we can just carve out a little space for it. You know, a little bit of pathing. And if we have a house here anyway, you know, that's going to make sense. So if we were to bring this up, bring this over. I'm pressing B, bro. There we go. Okay, my game is bugged and I can't enter furniture mode at all now. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, GameLoft. I was actually going to bring this over a little bit more and cover that. But yeah, taming the grass is going to be huge for any areas you go into with high grass. And I can't pause. I can't fast travel. This game is well outside of early access. They really need to fix this crap. At least we still got your photo pulled up. So yeah, taming some of this grass will make these items look a lot better. And I would also say when choosing your environments, right? So you're using the Pocahontas house, which has this bright green bush right here. And you're using the willow tree, which also has a nice deep green. This region isn't really the best for these items. When you choose the area you're going to build in, I recommend choosing environments that really complement the items. That's why, for mine, I went to the meadow. Now, you might think the forest would be better, like the Forest of Valor. But in this case, I like the meadow more because the meadow grass is way more tame. And the meadow grass is a much lighter, more beautiful shade of green, much closer to the stems of the sunflowers and some of the other items. That's why I went with the meadow. But, you know, when you're using lush green trees and there's like these lush green plants around her house, choosing a lush green environment is going to complement that very well. And if you choose an environment that pairs well with the items you're using, it's usually going to lead to an even better rank, and it's going to make your ranks more consistent. So I would be very intentional with what you're using, and I cannot recommend enough how amazing floating islands are. Floating islands are one of the absolute best places to build your snaps because you're not going to be at the mercy of a biome. Sometimes building in a biome can be cool, for sure, you know, if there's some kind of feature you want to utilize there. For example, Small Wonders. I built this in a biome and not on a floating island because it's the only way I could have a giant butterfly. That's the only reason I would ever build in a DLC region or in a valley region, is if there is some kind of element there that is crucial for my snap. It has to be very important. And in this case, it was. This was all about being small in a giant world. So having a giant butterfly in the background was very crucial for my theme. Otherwise, you know, if you're just using trees in the background, it's going to be way better to go to a floating island. And that's why you'll see, you know, and I get 4K very consistently. And if you look through my snaps, almost all of them are built on floating islands because it gives me unparalleled control over how the scene comes together. Just be sure not to build on the edge of the floating island because then you're going to be doing the same thing to yourself that you're doing in a biome. So you want to build towards the front of it, and you want to have a lot of space on the sides. That way you have full control over how you fill out the frame. Everything is there because you chose for it to be there. And again, the big thing I would focus on is filling out your frame. You know, making sure you have a movie scene and not a movie set, as we discussed earlier. And again, if you look through all of these are almost all floating islands. So they're very good for me consistently. And sometimes it's okay to build on the edge of the island if you're using that to your advantage. So like for Seaside Chic, I built on the edge of the floating island so we can use the water. You know, so there are some times where it'll make sense to build on the edge. But yeah, these are floating island, this indoor. So for me, for the most part, if it's not indoors, it's a floating island. Unless, of course, you know, like for this one, the environment is important. So this one we're building in Wish Blossom Ranch because we wanted a mountaintop with Pegasus in the background with this bridge. So there are times where I will go to a DLC region or a valley region, but it's very rare, and it's only when I really, really need to use something from that region. So big takeaways for you, Janet, is I would definitely try to get accustomed with building on floating islands and having full control over your scene. You got the character placement down very well, and you're good at picking the items you want to use. Play up to those strengths. Play up to what you're already doing well and build on it. So keep doing what you're doing with the character. Make sure you continue to have strong lighting. And take control of your entire scene. So pretty much do what you're already doing, but in an area where you have more control, and do more with your decor. And you can get better results. I have one floating out right now. Okay. So if you only have one, if you're new, so Merlin will give more if I finish quest. You have to unlock them with Dreamlight. So once you get your floating island, what you need to do, Janet, is open your map and go to floating islands, and you can spend Dreamlight to unlock the other ones. So yeah, each one I think is like 1,500. Like yeah, they're all available. They should be available in your map. If you need Dreamlight for that, Janet, let me know. Let me know if you don't have enough Dreamlight. I might be able to help you with that. I have a friend on my dream team. Yeah, 15,000 Dreamlight. I have a friend on my dream team that has a lot of dream shards. And maybe they can send them. Basically, I could have you join my dream team and request shards, and they can send you some over time. If they're available. I know they've had some stuff going on, so I don't know if they'd be available, but they have a lot of shards. Marie's also offering dream shards for you as well. Oh, nice, Marie, nice. Marie said I can help as well. I have so much. Perfect. Okay. Let me double check now for chat. Now that we got to touch on Janet's. So was there anybody else that had a snap review last week and did not get 4,000 that wants me to take a look at their snap? Lunar says, would you be able to take a look at mine from the week before? Small Wonders. No, not for Small Wonders. Again, I'm very limited on time. I have to do my example snaps. And, you know, Monday we streamed for 7 hours, guys. I cannot end up doing that again today. I have so much work to do. So we're focused on, you know, if you want more snaps advice, just keep tuning in to the review streams so we can work with you on your snaps. Right now, we're just trying to help people with last week's. Precious said I got 2,500 for the split build. Send it to me via DM. Ronald, you already sent me one. Okay, we'll do Precious and Ronald. I think you guys will be the last two here. I think you guys will be the last two. Yeah, sorry, Lunaris. If I had more time, I would totally have you here. You know, but we didn't even get to review the premium shop yet. Okay, got Uncle Rod here. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Uncle Rod. Unfortunate. See, this is what I mean. You know, this snap, Uncle Rod, is actually better than some of the other snaps that got 4K. But that's the thing, is you can't control what you pop up against, which makes it more challenging. So, odds are for this one, Uncle Rod, you popped up consistently against some strong snaps, because this is good. You did a good job with this. This is by no means a bad snap. And I've seen plenty of 4K snaps that were not as good as this. But like I said, when we covered, you know, that Star Wars submission, right? There are snaps out there that can end up in the top 3 that are practically empty, that have really nothing going on for them. It all depends, you know. If they popped up against random selfies and random quest photos, then they can end up in the top 5, even with a snap that's not so good. But the same thing also applies for good snaps. You can have a good snap, but you can end up popping up against really good snaps a lot, and then you find yourself with a snap that deserved better. So what can you do to work around that? Well, you just got to make the snap as strong as possible so you can compete and contend with the other really good snaps. So this is very good, Ronald. You definitely deserved better than what you got here. But there are some ways that you can make this more competitive in the future. Some things you can consider. You're already doing a really good job with Snap. I know you get 4K fairly consistently here, so I'm sure this was unfortunate. I liked where you had Miko, you had Pocahontas in a good place. But the first thing I want to touch on is the grass. I was just talking about this, so you probably know where I'm going with this already. When it comes to beauty, the grass, especially in the forest, it just doesn't look that good. It's two-dimensional. It's like a giant motif. You know, it's a bunch of two-dimensional patches. The color of it isn't that great. And, you know, if we didn't have it around Pocahontas' feet or Miko would be more defined. The base of the fire would be more defined. Now, if you would have gone with the meadow here, I think it would have worked out more. Notice how the grass inside of the fire pit here is meadow grass. It's the meadow shade, the light green. It's a much nicer shade of green, a much more beautiful shade of green. That's why the meadow and plaza, you know, were good locations this week. That's where I headed for mine. Not that you absolutely have to use those. And again, this could and should have gotten 4K. It really should have. But I think you popped up against some really strong snaps. And that just happens, you know. It's going to happen sometimes. So, on this one, I would be a little bit more careful with where you choose to go. I know the Forest of Valor makes sense for Pocahontas, right? It's probably one of the first things a lot of people thought of. But also consider what might work that has more beauty. Prioritize beauty. Try to prioritize beauty. Yeah, you don't want to get away from the theme, but if the forest works and the meadow works, which one's going to give you a better beauty factor? If the answer is the meadow, go with the meadow. If the answer is the forest, go with the forest. Now, the other thing is, I think you could have played up some of these details a little closer, especially her house. She has a really pretty house here. So I think you could have been a bit more competitive Again, this deserves 4K, so these might sound like nitpicks, but I'm just thinking about what could have helped you contend with some of the other very strong snaps, because that's definitely what happened for you. You popped up against some very good snaps. So I had her house kind of featured here in the middle. Posing with Miko could have been really good. And another thing I've noticed, Uncle Rod, it's not just you. It also happened to Bob's. People didn't like these outfits very much. So, since the challenge was having us dress for nature, you know, these Native American-inspired outfits, like this is clearly a Pocahontas-themed outfit, but Bob's also got 2,500, and she had a beautiful snap. I talked about that at the beginning of the stream. So not only did you have this happen, but Bob's had it happen. And I saw a lot of people out there that went with Pocahontas' quest reward outfit and did not get great results. So, now, of course, this outfit performed a little better. Or, you know, this outfit actually performed very well. A lot of people got a very good rank with this outfit. But what's the difference there? Well, the thing is, this one feels a bit more with the times here. Like, it feels more like a customary outfit, whereas these, and some people did get 4K with these outfits, but a lot of voters didn't seem to like them. You know, the blue jeans and, like, the jacket, you know, this feels more modern. And it's fun because it's Pocahontas themed, but a lot of people seem to just not like the outfit too much. So I do think that's part of it. Bob's thinks the same thing. And it seems to be the case because I've actually, some of you guys that didn't get 4K were, a lot of you actually, that didn't get 4K were wearing these types of outfits. It seems that what was more popular for this challenge was dressing to embrace nature. Like we see here with Janet's, you know, she's got the very nature-inspired dress and the nature-inspired eye makeup and eyes. And these outfits ended up being a bit more popular. Of course, in the top 3, there's a submission that doesn't even show an outfit. It doesn't even show the avatar. So sometimes beauty can override all of that. But I think the more traditional outfits, if you're going to dress in a Native American sense, people that used the Moana outfit actually did very well because it looked more old school, I guess is a good way to put it, or the new Moonstone outfit. But I think you might have done better here if you wore one of the nature dresses, potentially. I like the outfit, but yeah, it seems like a lot of voters weren't feeling the jeans and the jacket very much, unfortunately. So this comes back to what I said about making sure your Dreamsnap is very simple, as in it communicates the theme as easy as possible for people to understand. So since the challenge says dress and decorate to celebrate the endless wonders of nature, one way to do that would be the way that I did, where we dress in what looks like a Native American garb. Like, it looks like I'm nomadic, right? It looks like I'm part of the tribe, so to say here, right? It's more of a nomadic outfit. It's not as modern. I'm not wearing blue jeans and a leather jacket. So this feels more in line and more safe. That's why I ended up using this one. I like the new outfits, but I think this one communicated the theme more practical. So I think it was a safer option. Now, a lot of people didn't have this, but there was also the Moana option, which also feels more nomadic and more handcrafted. So that one works too. But I think the issue with the jean jacket outfit, or the jean outfit with the leather jacket here, is that it doesn't feel as handcrafted. It feels more modern. I love the way you styled the avatar. She has a beautiful Native American feel to her, but I think the outfit might have been too modern for a lot of voters. Some of them seemed okay with it, because I did see a few in 4K that were using this outfit, but a lot of really good snaps that failed to get 4K, like yours, were using this outfit as well, so I don't think it was a popular choice. So keeping things simple with the theme, as simple as possible. That's why, you know, my motto is to always try my best to play it safe. The safer, the better. And yeah, maybe we should have considered this outfit wouldn't be as safe. You know, I didn't expect people to dislike the outfit as much as they do for this challenge, but it seems that nature-inspired dresses were far more popular. which is too bad because, again, this is a very beautiful snap. So I'd be a bit more careful with the outfit choice here. Now, for the environment, we do have a lot of open areas here. You filled this area well with Pocahontas and Miko, but the Forest of Valor grass just doesn't have a lot of beauty. I love the fire here. But what if we had, you know, brought the house a little bit more in to where, you know, it kind of started like right here, and we brought the path all the way down to where you guys are. So we could have brought this path all the way here, and we could have got rid of the grass in the base of the shot and maybe even around the fireplace. And then within that zone, I would play up the Pocahontas items. So some like the drum back here, the flower bucket, you know, get some really good items in the foreground. Looking back at, you know, some other good snaps, featuring new items closer to the frame and getting some good item diversity. So, like, instead of the sunflowers, you know, I have a sunflower, a log, a rock, the basket, and then we have this, like, wood with the vine on it. There's a lot of diversity, and the path comes down to the base of the shot, which gives it a little bit of structure. Again, you know, I feel like I have to be really nitpicky here because this is already a snap that deserved 4K. So the tips I'm discussing right now are geared more towards not how to get 4K, but how to beat other 4K snaps so you don't end up outside of 4K. Personally, I think the thing that held you back the most was likely the outfit, because this outfit just did not perform very well for a lot of people this week. Secondly, diversity within the foreground, getting a few more items in here, I think would have gone over very well. You know, in mine, it worked out very well to have a lot of stuff over here in the bottom left-hand corner and the path starting in the bottom right, along with the sunflowers. And another good way to compete with other 4K snaps is to have a strong element of storytelling. Like, if you can have a tender moment like this in your snap, something that brings out a response from the voter. If they see the snap and they go, "Aww," they're very likely to vote for it, right? And this interaction with Miko was super cute. I like that you had Miko walking by Pocahontas, but perhaps posing with Miko would have been a better choice because it would have been a very wholesome and cute way to elicit a reaction from voters. So look into or think about this next time you're doing your snap, you know, when you're choosing your pose. I know you did the dragon pose here to move yourself to the left so we would see, you know, the opening here with the fire. But maybe just restructuring the way you had designed this and using a pose that would elicit more of a response from voters could have been good. It's a good way to be competitive. Like we were saying earlier when we were discussing snaps, if you look at my snaps, there's always most of the time, I would say 9 out of 10 of my snaps, there is a very big underlying reason why I'm using the pose I am, and it's always to communicate something with the snap. Your open arms are good for that. They do communicate something just as much as some of these do. But I think there were better options this week, especially with Miko. Could have gone over very well. So overall, you did a great job on this. You sealed off the Dream Snap well. You filled out the whole frame. This definitely should have gotten 4K. But sometimes you're going to pop up against really good snaps. And I think the biggest reason you didn't get 4K, voters just didn't really seem to enjoy this outfit very much. So for future challenges, you know, when they ask you to decorate and dress a certain way, the Native American-inspired, like, clothing options, they're more modern. But I think they weren't as popular since, like, Pocahontas is from a time long before that. I wish they would have given them something that actually worked better for this challenge from her quest rewards. And in hindsight, you know, perhaps we all should have thought about that, because even during the reviews, I didn't think people would dislike this outfit as much as they do. But I didn't use it because this one felt more tied in with the time of Pocahontas. It felt more handcrafted. So in hindsight, perhaps I should have been more aware of this when reviewing your snap. So yeah, final takeaways from you, Ronald. You're already doing things really well. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't let this discourage you. Every once in a while, you're going to have unfortunate luck. I think the outfit held you back this week. And in the future, you know, if you want to be more competitive and really be able to stand up against other good 4K snaps, which is likely what cost you, you know, this time around, that in the outfit, prioritize beauty over just about everything else with the exception of most of the theme, and be very considerate of how you structure your foreground. Avoid big open areas, and definitely avoid a heavy grass presence in areas like the Glade, Sunlit Plateau, or the Forest of Valor. It's not your fault, but the way Gameloft designed the grass in this game, it has almost no beauty element to it, which makes it more difficult to be competitive. But yeah, you definitely deserve better than what you got. That's unfortunate.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Hey, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Very nice of you. Thank you, Ronald. That's so sweet. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Crafty Joe said I must have been one of the few that managed to get 4K with that outfit. There's several that did. Again, as we've discussed a lot, it comes down to what you're up against and what kind of voters you get. So some voters did not like this outfit, or they only liked it if it wasn't up against a more nature-inspired outfit. And for all you know, you could have popped up against other people wearing the same outfit. Maybe your snap just looked better, so they went with that one. But yeah, both Bobs and Ronald, who usually get 4K, it turns out they were both wearing this. So, or at least something similar. Bob's had her belly exposed as well. She had on like one of the Moana spaghetti tops, like little tops. But she had a very cute look. Her avatar looked very good. But yeah, I think some voters preferred the snaps that had the more nature-inspired looks or more, you know, Time of Pocahontas looks. But that doesn't mean you had to not use this to get 4K. It really just depends. It depends on what you pop up against and what kind of voters you get. Mama Flash said, Senpai, I'd actually like you to look at mine and tell me why I got 4K. Not that I'm complaining. I just saw better ones than mine. Oh, that's so funny. You already know. We already covered that, Miss Spock. We already covered, or sorry, not Miss Spock, Mama Flash. We already covered that today. In fact, we covered it just now because we had somebody saying, you know, they used this outfit and they got 4K and they were lucky. You never know what you're going to pop up against. In the case of Ronald here, this is certainly a snap that deserves 4K. But there are going to be snaps that get 4K that are nowhere near as good as this. And that happens every week. In fact, not too long ago, just a few minutes ago, we were discussing... hang on. We were discussing the Star Wars challenge, right? Let me go to... Let's see, Uncle Rod. Where is... I need to just save this one because I open it up all the time. Okay, so Mama Flash, this got rank 2. Okay, this got rank 2 during the Star Wars challenge. So your Dreamsnap does not have to be crazy good to get 4K. And getting 4K does not necessarily mean your Dreamsnap was crazy good. Even getting rank 2 doesn't mean your Dreamsnap was incredibly good. Anybody can get a high rank as long as they at least attempt the theme. It can happen. Any given challenge, you never know. And the reason why is because you have no control over what you're going to pop up against. So how did this get rank 2? You know, my submission for this challenge got like rank 230 or something. I can't remember. But if we look at my submission, it's definitely better than that one. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. Which one do you guys think is better? You know, probably the other one. Yeah, the rank 2 is definitely better than this. Yeah, look at that. That's so much better, you know, than this. For one, it was called Coziness Beyond the Stars. And if it's about being cozy, I'm not going to pose with a lightsaber because we're being cozy. I have really good lighting. So, you know, which one of these photos was crafted better? This one or this one? Well, Not to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm pretty sure this one is. But am I confused as to how this got a higher rank? No. No, I know what happened. And that's why I say getting a higher rank than other people doesn't mean your Dreamsnap is better than theirs. Even on the challenges where I got rank 2, those there's been a couple of times where I got rank 2. I made sure to say publicly both times that it doesn't mean my Dreamsnap is better than anybody else's. It doesn't mean I had the second best Dreamsnap in the world that week. What it means is I got lucky enough to pop up against snaps that I could consecutively beat. And that's what happened with this one. So most likely, this snap right here, they popped up against a lot of random selfies. They popped up against a lot of random quest photos. People that just didn't attempt the theme whatsoever. And every time that happened, they got the vote. Because, they're wearing the pretty Padme dress. They have a lightsaber. They're using Star Wars decor. They did the challenge for the most part. And if you do the challenge and you get really lucky and you pop up against photos that didn't even try, you're going to win the vote every time. So on weeks where you put in almost no effort and you end up getting 4K, don't be surprised. It can happen. It'll be surprising when it does happen, but at the same time, it's not impossible. It happens every week. Every single week, there's photos out there that get in the 4K, and some weeks, there's photos out there that even get into the top 5 of all Dreamsnaps worldwide because they popped up against the right things over and over and over. So that's why, and again, the reverse can happen. You can have a good snap like this, and you can end up popping up against the best things. So even a good snap can miss out on 4K, and a not-so-good snap can end up at rank 2. There is no way to really control what you're going to pop up against. That's why you always got to plan and prepare for the worst-case scenario. Try to make sure your Dreamsnap is of high enough quality to where it can even compete with some of the best of them out there. That's no easy feat. But it's not very likely that you're going to pop up against them non-stop. It can happen, but, you want to make it to where you can at least beat several of them. Truly, I think, with how beautiful this is, I think it's very likely that maybe the outfit held it back a good bit because there were a lot of people that didn't seem to like this choice. And I think it would have had a higher beauty element if we brought some of these elements closer to the frame, like the willow trees. And if you want to get more beauty out of your snap, Ronald, notice how on the right side here, we have some lights actually brought in way closer to get this green glow right on top of the willows. Doing little lighting tricks like this can really enhance and elevate the beauty of your snap. And then if you pair that with some kind of tender moment that resonates with the voter, then it can end up going over really well. So if you want to make your snap more competitive, just keep that in mind. Keep those things in mind. And then, that's also why I try to be laser specific with the theme. Like if we look at Cozy Dreams again, there were a lot of snaps we saw that had really beautiful dreams, but they didn't have like a bed. And it's not that you absolutely have to have a bed. There will be snaps in 4K that don't have beds, maybe even in the top 3 that don't have beds. But it's safer to have them than it is to not have them because you need the theme to be so obvious that it's just the safest route to go. Because there are going to be voters out there that, might nitpick and say, oh, I don't see how this is a dream. But if you have your eyes closed and you have a bed right next to you and the whole thing is glowing and magical, then yeah, it should be pretty clear that it's a dream. So finding ways to really communicate the theme as well as you can and playing up the beauty elements. Make sure you take items that work really good, like beautiful homes, and don't put them too far away. Put them close enough to where you can get the beauty of the details in there. And, you sealed off your snap well. Also consider, really detailing the environment. You want some open spaces like we have with this path, but that'll be like a divider so your snap doesn't feel too busy, but you want to decorate all the pockets kind of in between those zones. Okay. Chewy said, I got 1,200 in mind. Hope you have time to review it. Unfortunately, Chewy, like I mentioned, I still got to build an example snap for today, so I really don't think I'm going to have time. I'm trying to stick with snaps that we've already reviewed, and I'm also sticking with supporters for now because they get priority when I'm crunched on time like this. I think there was one more we had. We got Ronald. If the whole stream was being dedicated to this, then I would get yours too. But sadly, I do not have time. I still got to make my Dreamsnap scene for tomorrow's video. I might even not be able to do that on stream. I might have to do that tonight. Might be a late night for me. Might have to work on that on my Steam Deck tonight while I'm in bed. Guru said to Ronald, literally mine was garbage compared to yours, and it got 4K. I'm so irritated. Yeah, it's really frustrating to see a really good snap, or a beautiful snap, fail to get 4K. And not only did this not get 4K, it didn't get 1500, it didn't get 2500. This got 1200. That's absurd to me. That's why I really think it might be the outfit, because nothing else in this photo, I think, nothing else here is bad enough to warrant that. So I think Ronald just had a run of bad luck. I think you popped up against some very good snaps, and I think you got unlucky not only with what you popped up against, but with your voter pool. I think you had a voter pool, since so many people were wearing the nature dresses, I think a lot of people that chose that route might have seen your photo and said, yeah, it's not really a nature outfit like mine, though. And then they might have gone against it, I think you just got pretty unfortunate. So, yeah, again, my advice is just to be, very careful with that. Heather said I wore that outfit with a different top and got 1500. But yeah, it's pretty wild that this got 1200, because this is good. Good position for the avatar, wonderful lighting, good shot of Pocahontas. It included Miko, clearly has good effort. Yeah, this is one of those rare cases where I'll say, this is just the worst case scenario for a snap. Like, where something awful must have happened in the voting phase to you. Because this, at the very, 2,500 I can maybe understand. Even 1,500 I'd be like, yeah, that's stretching it. But 1,200 for this is actually insanity. But, like I said, it can happen to anybody. Your snap getting 1,200 is literally the equivalent of this getting ranked 2. It's the reverse. It's the reverse of that. So these things happen. That's why you shouldn't beat yourself up too much about a crazy happenstance like this. Like, if I get my results for the Cozy Dreams Challenge and I end up getting 1,500 or 1,200, I'll be frustrated for sure, but I'm also going to be like, well, at least my bad luck is out of the way now, so, it is what it is. All right. And I think we had Precious to look at as well, right? I think that's the last one we'll be able to do, though. Oh, yeah, you had the split shot. Yeah, I remember reviewing this one. And you did good with the split. And what did you get for this, Precious? 25? Well, what rank, though? What rank did you get in that 25? 2,500 is still good. You're not... It's still a reasonable rank because they've reduced the bracket, so this might have gotten 4K. That's why I want to know what rank you got. 10,564. Okay, so in the past, this might have gotten 4K. The cutoff for the top 7.5% was usually around 11 or 12,000. So in the past, this likely would have been a 4K. A couple of things. You did refine the split, I remember, when we talked about your snap. Having the character as the divider is a great way to do the split. And as far as what could have been improved here, we do have an opportunity for more details here. And when we talked about Elsa builds, Frozen builds, there are some items you could have used here that would have added more beauty. Like, instead of the bush here, the icy trees from Wish Blossom Ranch, the ones that are like jagged frozen trees, they look really pretty. They have a blue shimmer. They could have been really good here. One thing we talked about a lot with Frozen builds, because we had one that was very good that was submitted, that was fully frozen, and one thing I praised them for was using a lot of pure ice. Dropping pure ice to like line your path or to put around your build here would have played really well into the detail and beauty. So the way you delivered the split is strong, But we do have a lot of opportunity for more detail here. And if you would have popped up against other Dream Snaps, that's why, you know, when we look at snaps like this, I'll say it has the potential for 4K. This has 4K potential, but that's never a guarantee. Remember, you might be popping up against very good snaps. And if they have great detail within these areas, then it's going to be hard. And you have a really fun concept here with the split, but also, as we discussed, voters prioritize beauty over concept. So earlier we looked at, I believe Voxed sent us a fire snap, right? This one, so we can't say, oh, well, people didn't vibe with the fire, because this one got 4K. This got like rank 3000. But the beauty element is very, very strong here throughout the photo. And people prioritize beauty over a fun concept. So you can have a fun concept like a split shot, but the reason it might fall short against some other 4K submissions is because there's opportunity for heavier beauty elements here. So you have the blue swirling magic thing down here, but it's pretty far in the back, and we're not really seeing the blue swirls from it. So if you would have moved this up, played with pure ice, and played with brighter, more colorful items like the icy tree, we could have got more beauty out of the left side. And then for the Pocahontas side, if you played up things like the new blossom tree, and also maybe if we got a nice silhouette around the character, there's ways we can elevate the beauty to make this even more competitive. Keep in mind, I'm not saying your Dream Snap was bad by any means, but as we've discussed, Dream Snaps is more competitive than ever. The bracket for 4K is smaller than it's ever been, and more people are learning how to make good snaps. So the chance for you to pop up against those snaps is higher than it's ever been, because there's more of them out there. And when you do pop up against those snaps, it's hard to beat them, even with a fun concept, you know, without a stronger beauty element. Because voters, at the end of the day, they're going to vote, most of the time, they're going to vote based on what they find to be more beautiful. Now, this in no way is lacking beauty. It's a beautiful shot. But it might not have been as beautiful as what it popped up against. That's what I'm getting at here. So more detail into this area could have helped. The icy blue trees are very pretty. This swirling blue magic item would have been pretty cool closer up, maybe with increased light bloom to get those blue swirls really rocking. The downside there was they might have penetrated this side, so you might need to put them like on the far left here. And then in the Pocahontas section, instead of the wooden path here, garden stones I think would have worked a little bit better. And then you could play up some of the Pocahontas items a bit closer to Pocahontas, like the drum or the basket. So this is in no way a bad snap. It certainly could have gotten 4K. But again, Dream Snaps is very competitive now. And if you pop up against the wrong things, it's going to be much harder to get 4K. So you should always design your snap in a way to prioritize beauty over concept. Concept is important too, but beauty must take precedence over everything else. So finding out how to make this scene the most beautiful scene you can on this side. I have some split shots I can use as an example real quick. So here's a split shot from Roses and Thorns. My cat's in a basket. Hi, buddy. Look at this cat. Hey, buddy. What are you doing? Hi. Look at what I got. Hi, buddy. What you doing? He's just happy to be here. So for a split shot here, we have a split shot, and I try my best to prioritize beauty with the split shot. So we have a heavy silhouette around the avatar, And then we have a sparkly transition above the silhouette. So we're using the Mushu fireworks because they break up into pink instead of yellow like the normal ones. And that plays up the pink backdrop we have here. On the side of roses, not only did I use roses, but I also made sure to include luminescent flowers because they have a very big beauty element to them. And we use the colors of the roses here with the pink and red. And then we have the glowing rose here, the enchanted rose, as it also offers a high beauty element. Now, on the right side, the side of thorns, you're not going to get as much beauty there, but that's why I chose the staff, because it adds a beautiful green that kind of plays up some of the greens we have here. So, again, your snap wasn't bad at all, and it certainly could have gotten 4K. But in the future, when you do split shots, my recommendation would be to really focus on how to amplify the beauty of the split shot as much as possible. And sometimes it's best to not even do a split shot, because if you're limited on space, like in this one, the space was a bit tricky here. You have a little bit of room here because you're using Anna's castle close up and Pocahontas' house close up. Sometimes in split shots, you might have to play things the opposite way. You might actually have to have a little bit further away so you can cram more beauty into the scene. Now, if it's not a split shot, this would be a great position for the buildings because you're still going to have so much room for beauty. But with 3 villagers at the front and the buildings close up, there's not a lot of room for silhouettes, for, you know, additional decor items. It's a little bit limiting, which also limits the amount of the beauty factor you can really squeeze into it. Still, you had a good beauty factor. You had a strong snap. It certainly could have gotten 4K. There's definitely several snaps within the 4K range that are not as strong and as good as this, but you can't control what you pop up against. That's why I keep bringing that up week after week after week. That's also why when I review snaps, I don't, in rare cases, I'll say this is definitely going to get 4K, and I'm almost never wrong about that. I tend to only say those words while reviewing a snap if it has an exceedingly high beauty factor, which is just like awe-inspiring, jaw-dropping, earth-shattering beauty, to where I know even if it pops up against the best snaps, it has a good chance to beat them. What I usually say is this has the potential for 4K, because I don't know. I don't know what you're going to pop up against. There are snaps out there that could contend with this. So if you pop up against those, you know, you might not get 4K. But if you don't, this certainly has the potential to. And like I said, there are snaps in the 4K range that were not this good. So they got luckier with the algorithm, and they got luckier with the voter pool. So, you know, prioritizing beauty, that's why I keep bringing it up. You know, the beauty factors, having things like the, you know, glowing lights behind items, getting these silhouettes in play, playing up sparkles, glowing features like flowers or the lily pads, silhouetting your backdrops. I do all these things not just to seal off my snap, but to elevate the beauty factor, to increase that wow factor when people see it, to make it more jaw-dropping. That way it can hopefully contend with snaps that would beat it otherwise. All right. But yeah, good snap, Precious, good snap. Unfortunate that it didn't get better results. But 2,500 still good. You know, you didn't get as unlucky as, let's say, Ronald did. Ronald got very unlucky with her, sadly. Okay. Johnny said 2.5K for mine, but happy for that. After 2 months, I wasn't doing snaps. Yeah, 2,500 is still good. And like I was saying, you know, snaps are very competitive these days. You know, they're more competitive than they used to be. So it can be tough. It can be tough. Marie said that is Horty. He's absolutely adorable. Yeah, that's my kitty buddy. He is the world's neediest cat, and he is obsessed with me. I'm not even kidding. But I'm a good cat dad. I love him a lot. We adopted him a few years ago. He has FIV, and you know, because of that, he's got a compromised immune system. So, you know, we take good care of him. But he's a little orange menace. So he's very feisty. He absolutely loves to play. And he gets really mad when I stream late, because as soon as I'm done streaming, I got to give him butt pats and then play with him for like an hour, or he'll be extremely mad and he'll run around the house screaming. So yeah, he's just like very, very, very. He loves me. He loves me, and I love him back. But he is a needy boy. All right. Yeah, Ronald. Hopefully that was your bad luck for a while. Hopefully that was your bad luck for a while. Laura Lou said, after I submitted my snap and deconstructed the scene, I noticed a lily light on the ground. Yeah, here's Horty. Hi, buddy. This is Horty. You want to say hello?
He's very feisty right now.
Yeah, you can let him come in if you want to. He's fine.
I told him I'd bring him in as long as I can hold him.
You can let him run around.
He was gonna fight me on it, but...
Yeah, buddy. You good boy. Yeah, you good boy. All right.
I took him in the basket around the house. He was very happy.
Yeah, he was purring hard when you brought him in the basket. Misty Main said, I got 4K. He went right into another basket. I got 4K for the first time in months, probably since the change in voting. Oh, nice. Congrats. All right. So for the refresh day, we still have some other things to discuss. I haven't even looked at the new items yet. How old is he? He's not too old. When we got him, he was right around 2. So I think we've only had him for a couple weeks. I think he's about 4, around 4. He's a youthful little fella. All right. Let's go check out these new items. I'm going to clear the meadow. I haven't picked up all the new items yet. Reset the island here. I did get the new flowers, and I'm very curious about those. Yo, Jordy, hello. He'll be 4 in June. Okay. I wasn't too far off. Hi, buddy. He's coming in here to meow at me. You want to get in your chair? I have a chair next to me just for him. Come here. Come on, buddy. All right, let's see. Yeah, the tulips I'm pretty excited to check out. Yeah, there's a lot of different pieces, too. That's pretty fun. Not bad for 2,000. Yeah, these are nice. Let's see him in the foreground here. Okay, very cool. What if we take the corner pieces and have these in the foreground of just the corner? Hi, buddy. Oh, I like that we can do either purple or red. That gives some diversity to having these. Okay, very nice. Let's move down a little bit. Yeah, these are good. I like how bunched in they are. You know, some of the flowers in the game, they have too big of a footprint, and you can't really consolidate them well. But yeah, I think these are going to have some good Dreamsnap utility. It's too bad they gave them to us this week, because they're not really the best for this week's challenge. But I'm sure we're going to get a challenge soon that works really well for these. Did you guys pick up the new building set yet? I haven't got that yet. Okay, not too much to look at here. I mean, you know, they connect a lot of different ways. They got, you know, good foreground utility, even mid-ground utility, I would say. Yeah, I haven't got these new building kits yet. Oh, I got to try the new Padme dress. Hang on. Let me switch. Yeah, look at how cool my eyes were for the challenge. And I ended up going with my eyes closed. I really like the way I styled the eyes, but I felt like having the eyes closed for the dream would be better. At least for my snap with the way I did it. The eyes are cool, though. Very nice, very nice. Ooh, I like the back piece. Yeah, it's just like the outfit she was wearing when she was in the field of flowers with Annie. When she was rolling around with him. Yeah. Okay, very nice. I like it. Yeah, I really like the back piece, too. Oh, I wonder. I want to try something. Since the back piece has physics, if we cancel the dragon pose, will it blow in the wind like our hair will? I want to see if we can use the physics of this dress in a dream snap. Oh, we can. Nice. So we can get this back piece blowing in the wind and our hair blowing in the wind via canceling the dragon pose. Okay, very cool, very cool. Oh yeah, I forgot about the hair. Yeah, it came with a new hairstyle. Oh yeah, that's really good. Even has a little headband. Let's check the customization. Okay, so it'll mostly be the back for that extra customization, I see. Yeah, very cool. Well, that's a good new hairstyle. I like the headband as well, because it doesn't leave like a huge exposed forehead. I try to avoid hairstyles that do, because I feel like these kind of lack beauty element. It's a small thing, but hairstyles that have a bit more going on with the bangs, I think carry a better beauty factor. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Yeah, this one has a really good beauty factor. Very cool. I can see this being useful. Yeah, the cape does clip a little bit vortex for sure. I noticed like when you get situated here, kind of clips into the back of the dress a bit. But overall, it's pretty solid. I like, you know, when you run around, it looks good at least. It's not the worst. You know, it's not like the that new accessory they gave us that only works with the female. I mean, it works with the male too, but it clips so bad. Let me show you what I'm talking about. This little dandelion tuft, right? Looks perfect with the female for the most part. It might clip into her hair a little bit, but they did not really think this through at all for the male because he's taller. So when you use this with the male, since his shoulders are more broad, it goes right through his head and his neck. It looks so bad with him. It's really cute for the female though, but I was a little bit disappointed when I tried it with the male avatar because the clipping on that was like really bad. Let's see, because I like using both avatars. You know, it's kind of like making. You know, for Dreamsnaps, I like making an entirely new character. Yeah, look at that. It's so bad, dude. It's because his shoulders are more broad and a bit higher, and they didn't really adjust the angle of it at all. So it literally goes right through his face and, like, right through his body. It's so funny. I like the new modular tulip buildings. Yeah, I don't have those yet. I need, you know. You guys think they're worth getting? We should probably get them. You know, modular building kits are pretty useful. Only a 10% discount this time. So let's see. This comes with... Well, yeah, these would be pretty nice for snap backdrops for sure. $3,750 for this, though. I mean, yeah, you get the whole thing for $4,500, but, like... Oftentimes, I feel like these kits just aren't really worth the price. The little windmill situation here is pretty cute. Yeah, Vortex. That's kind of where I am. I'm at the point in the game, I used to buy everything. I used to get every single thing that came into the shop. But I'm at the point in the game now where I'll buy the $55 bundle when the update comes out. And I'll get my 4,000 Moonstones for snaps. But I don't want to spend any more than $55 per update until they make the game less buggy. Because I don't want to full send on game support when I'm still having to restart my game, when it still freaks out and I can't open my map anymore, when my camera's jumping around. I love the game, but we're so far outside of early access, and some of these bugs are driving me absolutely insane. So I kind of vowed to myself that I would start being a bit pickier with my purchases until the game is more polished. So I do like building kits, though, but it's pricey, you know. 5,000 Moonstones. Well, yeah, 4,950. I like how this discount is here at all. Like, it's not even... I'm like, bro, maybe this whole set... I think this whole set, to me, 4,000 would be a fair price for all of this. But 5,000... There's also a lot of really cool stuff coming. So, I don't know yet. I don't know. Yeah, they are very similar to the Seaside kit for sure. I think they have a better use case for areas like this, though. You know, whereas the Seaside kit looks very natural and like a beachy environment. So, I do think these are nice, but at the same time, I own, like, most of the premium houses in the game. So, the question is, do I really need them? You know what I mean? Because, like, there's other things I could use in their place that would work well. So, I don't know. Oh, yeah, if you're a new player, yeah, you got to be really careful because there's so many good things from previous StarPaths that come back. And unless you want to spend, like, $400 an update, you got to be pretty picky with what you pick and choose that come into the shop. In my case, I've done all the StarPaths, and I've got most of the premium items from the first couple of years of the game. So, you know, I'm pretty lucky because of that, because most weeks with the shop, you know, anything returning for the most part I'm going to have, unless it's a newer item that I passed on last update, like the DeVille Ensemble. And then for my recommended, it recommends things I skipped on, like the Monsters, Inc. tool set. There are only 2 things from the first 2 years I don't own. And that's the Monsters, Inc. tool set and the Tiana tool set. I just don't think tool sets have good value. 4,000 Moonstones for a tool set I'm never going to use. No thanks. And I didn't buy the Edwardian Valley bundle here because, you know, I have the Wells and shop skins that I want. So these wings, I'm not really a big fan of. They're like really big and clunky. Now, the Designer Workshop, I do kind of want this, not gonna lie. That's a very unique building. I think it's really cool. So this, I'm kind of tempted. I might pin it. What do I have pinned right now? I'm gonna get rid of the Pofik Playground, actually. We got a really good rink without it. I don't think we need it. I'm gonna pin that building. And I think the Jasmine outfit's really pretty, but I usually pass on villager outfits. I feel like these should go to the Scrooge shop. The devs don't have to make anything new for this. But one of the reasons I have this pinned is because it has a unique hairstyle. So, I don't know. I might get it anyway, just for the hairstyle. It is also a very pretty outfit. Very good beauty factor. But yeah, you used to get everything a little bit more picky these days. Max, I quit playing for a little. Where did you get those floating star things from the Dreamsnap? Oh, are you talking about the New Year's lanterns? I think these were actually a redemption code during the New Year's season. Which usually they're... Oh, there's also a redemption code out right now, Meg. Did you get the sycamore tree? Yeah, these New Year's community lanterns. I don't know if the code for these still works. Probably not, but it's worth trying. Does anybody remember the code for this? Yeah, there's a new code for a sycamore tree. I think it's Earth Day 2026, if I'm not mistaken. Earth Day 2026. I think that's the code. I could be wrong. Last I checked, it still worked. Oh, good. The code is still valid for the stars. Do you guys have it? That way Meg can get it. Do you guys have the code for that? Because I don't remember what it was. Happy New Year 2026. There you go. There you go. Happy New Year 2026. Meg, put that in and you can get these lanterns. And the tree is Earth Day 2026. So let me go. Of course, sort isn't working. Fantastic. It'll work on my controller though. Yeah, this is a redemption code for today. It's a sycamore tree. It looks good. Looks good. Very lush, very green, good beauty factor, good textures, and you can even see some of the wood up at the top, which is cool. So yeah, I think this is a very solid redemption code, good free item. So yeah, you guys should be able to redeem these and this today if you want, if you don't have them. Yeah, I think I'm going to hold off on the buildings for now. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I might get them. I don't know. I have a Mac, so I have to ask customer support for code redemptions, but those both look so worth the hassle. Oh, geez. I didn't know you guys had to go through all that trouble on Mac. What? So there's not like a... Is there not like a help section where you can just put the code? What the heck? Oh, yeah. Do you have the dragon? The community dragon. You might not have been playing when that came out, but there's a really beautiful dragon. It's a community Sakura dragon, which is really cool. This little guy right here, the Sakura Blossom dragon. Be sure to redeem him as well while you're at it. I mean, if you got to reach out to support, I would just get a list of all the codes that are active and send all of them to support. Hope put a link in chat. If you look at probably frickin' Hope's comment there, if you go to dreamlightvalleywiki.com/redemption codes, you can get a list of everything that there are active codes for and send that in, maybe get all of them. Yeah, it's Community Companion Dragon 2025. Yeah, he's pretty cool. All right. Let's get into the challenge here. Okay, we looked at the shop. Crafted with care. This challenge is all about craftsmanship. Create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. For your outfit, choose natural textures and artisan accents. Okay, lots of different options for this. I think this will be a good week to do indoor as well. I think indoor is going to be a great option. But you don't have to. You can always do outdoor. For the example scenes, I got to figure out what direction we want to go in for this. Let me turn these pets off real quick. Okay. Also, what time of day do we have right now? There we go. It's okay, Horty. I'm still streaming, buddy. Yeah, I feel like doing the fabric route with the Cruella stuff. We talked about that. very good, very safe, very easy choice because there's a lot of great items for that. If you do a... Yeah, Heather, we talked about that as well. The Tinker crafting, like the fairy crafting stuff. So the reason that one is so good is outfit-wise, you're going to get a really great option here with the pixie goggles. These are literally made to tinker and craft things, you know? So utilizing something like this, and we also have an outfit that goes with it. So this is a really, really good option for this week. And we also have a lot of cool, like, crafted fairy items that we got from Pixie Acres. It's featured in the example photo, but they're not using some of the good items. Let me go to costumes. I think it's going to be in there. Yeah, the engineer outfit, right? Of course, I wouldn't wear this on my male. Looks a little off on him. But, yeah, the goggles, the outfit, and some of the decor you can use, I think. Also, the good thing about going with the pixie direction, if you're like a pixie craftsman, you're going to have access to a really strong beauty element, which I think is going to be worth considering as well. Honestly, this one has a good artisan quality as well, especially with the metal feathers on the hip. This would be good for like metal forging. I feel the Bluebird Cottager tunic would be cool. Yeah, there's a lot of fun directions you can take this one. Would Eternity Isle time ending stuff be applicable to the theme? Yeah, of course, of course. Some of it, you know, it depends on the direction you're taking your snap. So at the end of the day, yes, hi Horty. Sorry, my cat's in front of the camera. At the end of the day, when it comes to your dream snaps, you know, one thing we've talked about a lot today, and we talk about very often, is it needs to be simple and very easy for the voters to understand that you accomplish the theme. So if you're going to go with the Eternity Isle stuff like we see here, I wouldn't just do what this example photo is doing. Oftentimes, the example photos are not something you should necessarily follow. So if we read the challenge, it says create a scene with woodwork, metal, stitching, and handmade details. So it gives some very good examples there. So if you go with some of this Eternity Isle stuff, right, that has a lot of metal forging with it. So if you're going with what we see in this example photo, like the brass pipe bookshelf or this metal hammock situation, setting up like a metalworking shop would work really well. So going with something, you know, adding things like an anvil, a furnace, like a quilting station, things like that could work really well. So yeah, it really just depends on the method in which you communicate that you're crafting these items. This is totally off topic, but I forgot to tell you there's a new show out called Mortuary Assistant based on the game. Oh, what? What platform? Where can I watch it? No way. The season finale of Invincible is tonight, too, which I'm really excited about. Cole said I skipped the windmills. Oh, did you? I was thinking about even using the time bending tables. Yeah, time bending tables have a good beauty element. They can be really cool. Crafting stations in general, I think, can be really good for this one. Time bending station can be good. Let me go to my forest real quick. I already have a blacksmith station set up. I don't use preset builds for my dream snaps, though. But I think this is good just to show an example of items that you can consider for this. So if we go over here, I have this whole setup in my military camp. And we have like the crafting area over here. There's shields, we have swords, we have anvils, we have furnaces. There's like items to like stoke the furnace. We have a quilting station, and we have like, you know, utilities around. So items like this can be really good if you end up doing a blacksmith. So the swords with the sharpening stones, these furnaces, the anvils, and a lot of this stuff I think you can find under the Mulan tab, I believe. So yeah, if you're working with metal, some of these can be really fun. And then for Let me go to furniture here. Yeah, I think we'll start with like an indoor build. I'm going to look under the 101 Dalmatians tab because Cruella stuff should be under there. Yeah, so using the 101 Dalmatians tab, if you do, I think this will be great for an indoor build. These items like this are going to be very strong to communicate the theme. And then having fabric around, which you can find some fabric under... I might have to go buy more. There are fabrics that we have under the Cruella lineup. I have them somewhere. There's also this Fashionista design table. This is really good. The vintage drafting desk. Like, this is why doing an indoor, like, fashion build will be very easy to communicate because we have a lot of good craftsman items for that. So we'll definitely do an example for that because I think that's going to be rather simple. Now for our other options like metal and woodworking, you know, we'll get into that too. For woodworking, we have a crafting bench that actually has like a saw on it, I believe. Let me see if I can find it. Let me type craft. Oh no, this one doesn't have a saw. Actually, I think the regular one does. Yeah, the regular crafting bench does. Has a little power saw on it. So that could work for wood crafting. There's the red one as well. And there's other items we can utilize. But yeah, for the pixie crafting we talked about, I definitely want to do an example scene of that because I think that's going to have a high beauty factor, but something like this. And just typing craft, you're going to get all of these results just if you type craft. And also if you go with the fashion route, you know, there's some good indoor options too. Kimmy, thank you for the resub. Good to see you. Good to see you. Belle said that's what I'm doing. Which one, Belle? Which one? Are you doing the Fairy Tinker one? Oh, the Tinker one will be so cute with the Tinker stuff. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty safe choice, too, because like I said, beauty is a high priority among voters. You know, when they're looking at photos, they really like to gravitate towards beautiful scenes. And when you do a fairy scene, you can get really good beauty. But I do think the Cruella fashion shots are going to be equally strong because there are ways you can make a beautiful build for that. I think I'm going to start with that. We're going to go to my house. And really, you could do... I would say if you're going with the... You don't have to go indoors for this, but I do think indoors will be very good for the fashion-type builds. Let me see if I have room in one of these. Okay, nice. Yeah, we got a full room here. I think I'm on... What floor am I on? 19 or 20? Let me double check. 19. Okay. Let's speed through this. We're going to just drop a lot of good items here. I'm going to set wall stuff over here for now. We'll put it in the scene a bit later. Mannequins. Got this guy. The modernist rug, I think, can be really good. I'm pretty sure we can have these right on top of each other, too. Yep. Okay. Could be good for a section of the workshop. Oh, you can even have this phone has an animation that you can trigger with the camera effect. And you can even be busy. You can do a bit of storytelling like you're busy working on clothes, and oh, that's right, the visual effect doesn't activate it, but it stays on once you turn it on. But the cool thing about the phone is you can show yourself like working on things, and then the fact that it has that ringing animation can be good to show that you're busy, that you have like a lot of clients, you know, hitting you up for clothes. So that's pretty fun. I would put it like up on a table, but it has a really nice animation that would be good for storytelling. So I have my sound off, but yeah, it does ring. But yeah, the fact that it has sound and an animation does make it pretty good consideration here to showcase that you're a popular craftsman. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Walk-in closet. So yeah, we have the vintage desk situation. We'll just set that back there for now. We'll probably move that somewhere different, but you have this. And then for more fabric crafting stuff, we're going to look under Cinderella. And, oh, we have both on now. Well, that's fine. Yeah, under Cinderella, we should find the craft pin board. Has a bit of a different style from the Koala stuff, though, so. There's the fabric shelf. Sewing machine. Mannequin. Spool seat. And if we go again, we're going to go under looking for Mirabelle's universe. There we go. In particular, I am looking for the wooden fabric display. So you have more fabrics. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's reset filters. When as we type fabric? There's also pocket items. Oh, there we go. Roll of fabrics. Why wasn't this showing up under my Cruella stuff? I guess it doesn't have the Dalmatian tag. Okay. There we go. So for fabrics, we have 3 items, I believe. Or at least, you know, for these, like, tall items here. So you have the Mirabelle, the Cinderella one, and then the, yeah, typing fabric brought us to that. Okay, okay. I do think playing up just the Cruella stuff will be nice, though. But yeah, you could also include, I think the sewing kit would be great, or the sewing machine. And this mannequin, I think, is also quite nice to use, because it does work well with this Cruella stuff for sure. That one's under the Cinderella tag. I think the mannequins are going to be great. And as far as angling and positioning, I would likely highlight this. This has a high beauty element, more so than this table does. But I think the table would be great in the background. And I think since the table faces like this left-hand side here, we could do something like this towards the foreground on the right-hand side and the crafting table on the left-hand side. So something like that. And we could put more stuff back there behind that table. And let's reset filters. Find something to push the camera forward. I also want to look at different poses we can utilize. we'd want to see more of it. Now, as far as poses, yeah, his is a little tricky. Male avatar looks so awkward with this one. I'd probably do the female for, you know, for a fashion forward one. So yeah, definitely ways to make use of the goose pose for sure. The footstool dog, I think, could have a good use case this week as well with this one, because you can always be looking down at something you're working on. And when you have the hand on the hips portion of this, I just wish he didn't have that goofy smile on his face. There we go. That's better, I guess. Yeah. So we could have something we're working on here. That could be good. So footstool dog is a decent choice. Now the cat poses, when we go for the cats, this could be good storytelling. So that's very useful. That could be a great one to use. I think even Hey Hey could be useful if we hit Hey Hey. I'd have to back up a little bit, but if we were working on something here, like building something on the ground, we'd be a little further away. But yeah, hiding Hey Hey could be good. If you got something that you're crafting lower to the ground, getting your paws here and hiding Hey Hey could be a good way to showcase that you're working on something down low. And it would show a lot of your scene as well. So depending on what you're working on, this could be a good option. Then you got your basic poses. Squirrels, of course. Wouldn't really do turtles since you kind of hold them up. But squirrels and foxes. You can use cappies if you want to show off something you've made. Of course, it would have to be something small. But that's also viable. This could be a good tinkering pose for sure, even for something high up. I think we'd have to face the other way. yeah, that one works as well. So Pluto, worth considering. Okay, I think we've covered most of the options here. All right. And as we discussed, of course, you know, these are your fabric shelves. There's more things you can use for fabric. Like fabric itself, obviously. Very obvious. As we do with every single challenge, we will, in the video, discuss good pocket items. Something you need to consider pretty much every week. So if you go with a pixie craftsman, utilizing things like pixie dust. If you go with the fabric situation, you can put some fabric around. There's plenty of good pocket items. Right now, we are focused entirely on furniture, though. All right, let's build a little example scene. First thing we're going to look at is what we're going to do for wallpaper. And when you build indoor, like if you do an indoor submission, one of the big keys to making that work is proper lighting. I have a full guide in my Dreamsnap tips section, or Dreamsnap tools, like the same place where you guys submit your snaps. There is a video in the Dreamsnap tools called 5 Dreamlight Valley lighting tips you need to know. And it will walk you through all the items indoors that cast light, and that's very important when building an indoor scene. The way you handle light casting is going to be very, very helpful. Not fully committed to that, just looking. Black and white could be good as well. That new wall is very pretty. This one has good gold reflective properties. Oh, I haven't even looked at the new aviary. That's cool. That's cool. And yeah, we'll definitely want to decorate the walls as well. Don't forget as well, you guys, if you do take the fabric route, if you end up going in this direction, I think one of the best things to utilize, hey, welcome, thank you for the raid, is going to be the actual in-game mannequins. Because on the utility mannequins here, you can actually put whatever outfits you want on these. You know, aside from Touch of Magic, because that can't be in Dreamsnaps. But if you end up going with the, you know, fashion designs, make sure you utilize mannequins with some really cool looks in your workshop, because this can be fully customized. And you can use whatever you need to here. Yo, Usagi, thank you for the reset, my friend. Welcome. Starbuck, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. We are in the process of building some example scenes for tomorrow's YouTube video. We'll have to get some pocket items a bit later. Yeah, I think having this up close will be nice. I do like it from this angle, though. It's a shame that this has to be angled on that way, but that's fine. I'm going to switch to the female avatar. I thought of something fun. Oh yeah, there's a little drafting desk too. It's another fun one. We need a shorter table. It's a little shorter. This one can work. It doesn't need to be that big though, but it could work. Yeah, the footstool dog pose pushes you to the right a little bit, so we're going to come over. Yeah, that's pretty fun. Looking at the constant client demand here. And yeah, Ren, there's like a million different things you can use for sure. We're not going to focus on like having every single possibility in the example photo. Keep in mind, these are just examples on how one could approach the theme. We're not too worried about making sure they got like every possible kind of option in there. You know, if your fashionista character is like Cruella, you know, you could always include Lucky in your shot if you wanted to. Really what we're working on is making a convincing workshop so people can draw inspiration from that. So that's going to be the main goal here. Now, unfortunately, a lot of these lights, even if you change your time of day, will not cast light after or before 6 p.m., by the way. So you see how this light is actually making the wall glow? Even if you change your offset, it will not do this unless it's past 6 p.m. local time. Now, there are some that cast light even if it's not 6 p.m. local time. That would be a lot of the chandeliers. So one of my favorites would be the Magnificent Chandelier. This thing casts a lot of light, but this is from the Ultimate Edition, so a lot of people won't have this one. But other ones would be, there's a chandelier literally just called Chandelier. But, you know, again, if you're going to do an indoor snap, I would say one of the important things with an indoor scene is to make sure you really play up your lighting elements, because you'll have full control over how you set that up. And yeah, we might not even do the camera push here, because I would like to show less of the ceiling. Or I could use a taller item to push the camera as well. But let's opt out of that for now. We'll change the ceiling as well. Well, now we see too much of the big table. We could move it back a bit. Then we'll see less of the ceiling that way. Yeah, I can't put too much time into these example scenes because I usually make several. So if I try to do, you know, like a full-on dream snap for each one, well, I would never get the video out to you guys. So really, we're just trying to do some quick and easy guides. Little examples for our scenes here. I'll probably swap out the table. It's very pale. And I'm probably going to do different walls. We're going to try to give the scene more color. Let's find a roof situation, ceiling situation here. Yeah, I think we're going to do further back like this. I can't see anything, bro. Come on. What are we doing? I like the warm colors of that. Light cork. I like the LaBouffe texture here. Yeah, that ceiling looks nice. We definitely do a different outfit and stuff. I just still have the Padme one on. I think we'd have these more here. And we're going to drop a couple of mannequins. We can actually show off the new Padme dress. So let's go utilities. Just going to throw that on for now. Doesn't mean we'll be wearing this. I just want to throw a couple outfits back there. Yeah, we can even move one of the outfits up a little bit closer. Oh my god, am I out of these chandeliers? Are you serious? Time to go hit up Scrooge again. I do like the additional reds and whites from this. We still got to get the floor as well. There might be too much red, white, and black, to be honest. I don't want to overdo it. I definitely want a glossy floor because we're going to play up the lighting to elevate the beauty level of the snap. Too much white. Oops. Time of day also really matters inside. Look at this. So don't forget, you know, just because you're inside, don't sleep on time of day. Look at the difference with this, you know, with the lighting. Crazy. So this is sunset lighting, and this is daytime lighting. Okay, Pluto, you're really starting to aggravate me, bro. You're so big. Get out of here. Now, the character for this pose is kind of in front of the closet, and the closet's a really good feature, so we're actually going to move that over. And we'll put the fabric here instead. Yeah, I think that'll be a little bit better. I think we'll move that to the left a little. You have some additional fabrics there. And we'll take some of our sketches here. I don't think we can see that left-hand corner very well. We could bring the mannequins up a little bit. And have some boards behind them. I'd probably choose a different wall here. And just like when you're building a snap outside, you know, when I talked about item diversity and filling out your snap, that's going to apply the same indoors, and it's going to apply to walls, which is not something you have to worry about outside. But when you're inside, there are lots of really cool ways you can detail your walls. Like if you wanted to really embrace the Cruella style, you know, you can have something like this here. Well, it can't go there because of the closet. That closet's going to be a little bit annoying. I might get rid of it. Oh, this pixie cabinet is really cool. Not for this build, but, you know. Oh, a mirror could be fun. Yeah, I kind of hate that for the closet we can't put anything on the wall right here. Kind of makes me want to get rid of the closet. Or we could just push it over, I guess. Let's try to put this in between the two of them. Yeah, I'll definitely want more lights. I'm going to get rid of the closet for now. We're going to set it over here. And I got to go visit Scrooge for the chandeliers because I really want to use them in here. I am probably going to change the walls too. I don't like when items aren't centered with the walls. So if they have these cross sections, it can bother me. Works good for an art gallery if you're going to hang pictures in between all of them. But let's find a wallpaper that doesn't have the cross sections, or at least not as defined. Nope, way too harsh. If I did something like that, I would change the wall and floor. But that could go over well for a workshop. That would work too if we move things down a bit. Yeah, I'll probably have to experiment with this a good bit tonight to find what I want to use for this. We have some fun options though. I mean, brick is always a fun choice for a very nice little rustic workspace. I wouldn't do wood like that. That's super bright. Actually, let's change time of day when we pick our wall. Yeah, there we go. That's kind of fun. The brick is kind of cool too. Kirsty said I didn't submit one to be reviewed, but would love feedback on mine if it's not too late. Unfortunately, Kirsty, we are now working on tomorrow's video. We're making some example scenes for snaps for tomorrow's video. So sadly, I don't have time to do any more reviews of snaps received. I'm gonna go get some more of those. I'm gonna get more of these chandeliers. 9 is having downside to having all the options. Yeah, for sure. Like if we had less options, it'd be a little easier to pick. But we have a lot. I just want to find one that's a good example one. See, like these lights, you know, like this right here usually does not glow outside, but after 6 p.m. it does. So there's a lot of lights in the game that will actually cast light after 6 p.m. So if you're doing an indoor snap and you're going to be playing with a lot of lights, after 6 p.m., if you take your snap and submit it then, you're going to get better lighting quality. Now, some lights cast even if it's not 6 p.m., like the one I'm about to go by. This chandelier works all times a day, so that's why I want more of them. Too bad it's so expensive. For some reason, it doesn't show up in the ceiling. That's right. Only in lighting. Even though it goes on the ceiling. Yeah, go ahead and give me 20 more of these. I know I'm going to use all of them. Thank you, Starbuck. Take care, take care. Siba, how do you get all the Cruella furniture items? Were they Scrooge Shop premium requests? I'm obsessed with them. Some of them are Scrooge from Wish Blossom Ranch, and a lot of them you get from Progressing. You get some Progressing with Cruella, but most of them are Scrooge Shop. So check your. It's only the Wish Blossom Scrooge Shop though. So make sure you're checking that Wish Blossom Scrooge Shop very often. But yeah, she's got some good ones. But some of them you'll get from quest rewards. If you want to know which ones, if you go to the Dreamlight Wiki, Diana, you can go to the Dreamlight Wiki and you can look at Cruella and you can see what her quest rewards are. Does it work outside with a table like the Ursula one does? Does what work outside? I'm not sure what you're referring to there, Pure Ice, but I can probably answer if you break it down for me. There's usually a little time delay, so by the time your comment comes in, I probably forgot what you're referring to. Yeah, look at the beauty quality of that, you know. But you don't have to use these lights. Anything that casts light is going to give this beauty quality. But this is really, really beautifying the space. And if we put it closer to things like the mirror, you know, you'll get a nice glow on it, but you get some fun. And then also having chandeliers. There's another one. This one's very easy. If you just type chandelier or just type shand, you're going to get... I'm out of that one too. Are you serious? Okay, I gotta go buy more of the other one too. Now, this one will cast light right now, but it usually doesn't. The ones that always do, the Nefarious one always casts purple. The Black Gothic always casts green. The Magnificent always casts gold. And then the regular chandelier, which is candles, always cast gold. And the Pirate chandelier and the Chandelier of the Deep, they all cast light no matter what time of day it is. But if it's not 6 p.m., or after 6 p.m., a bunch of things cast light. So since we're playing right now and it's after 6 p.m., but I'll be filming this during the day tomorrow, so I got to make sure I use things that cast light in the day. But if we come in here right now, like, this will cast light, and this one I think would be even prettier than the Magnificent one. I might just record the scene tonight and use these, honestly, because these are a little bit less overwhelming. Or maybe I'll use that one in the center and have the other ones there. And we can move her back a little bit here. What if we move her, like, right here? Ooh, you know, we could also have her here. And we could put a table here with some materials and plans. Like, that could also work. Actually, I would do the best of both worlds. I think I would have her closer to the camera. Have her here. And then maybe instead of the phone, we could put the phone back and have it still ringing. But, yeah, I might put some items here that she's looking at and working on. There's like a yardstick that you can put on a table. Or I think the table might feature a yardstick. Let me double check. It's in my Dreamsnap folder. Give me 1 second. The construction Dreamsnap is the one I'm looking for here. Yeah, there's the yardstick. It's part of the, it's a table with a map. It's part of a table. It's part of a table. Okay. I put items, like, over it, though. I think it might actually be a pirate table. Dang, what table was I using for that? This one. I like the yardstick being there. I want to play with that for a second. I'm kind of feeling this wall we have now, too. I like it with the sunset lighting and this Naboo floor and the reddish ceiling. I actually ended up liking the wall. Let's do the same wall on the other sides. Or we can always switch up the wall on the other ends, too. Definitely don't want honey wall. Ooh, palm print. Those look kind of cool. Yeah, and you can put stuff on this table so I can drop fabric on it as well. So I can put some fabric by the yardstick. I wouldn't have the same outfit on the mannequin back here, of course. I might not even wear this one, but this is looking pretty neat. And it has a great beauty factor. Let's stick this over here with the other mannequins. And let's move this. Hang on, let's see how I'm positioned here. I think I'm going to move that closer. Yeah, because she's blocking a lot of it, so let's bring you down, angle you a little bit more, maybe here. Yeah, let's move it right one space so we can see the scissors. Nice. Okay. For settings here, we're going to remove the vignette for now, see how we feel. Okay, vignette definitely added some value. What if we do a partial vignette? Yeah, maybe like that. Focus changed it. Okay. And the whiteboard back there is a little harsh with all the warm colors we have. We're going for beauty. So we want to make this look as beautiful as possible. Let's remove, even though this is a great item to have, we're going to remove it because of the harsh white that it adds. We'll add something else over there as well. Balance that out. Okay. All right. Now we need a little bit of light at the front of the scene, just like we have light in the back. We're going to bring one of these right up here. We shouldn't see it in the shot, but it will brighten up the table we're looking at and the avatar. There we go. I think I could even hang a light down. That would maybe work even better because it'll get that light closer to the avatar. Let's go to the Mulan items here. There we go. And we're going to hang this down. Let's get rid of you. Bring that down towards the front of the scene here. Oh, yeah, there we go. She's glowing now. Got a good glow on her. We can also increase character lighting as well if we wanted her to shine more. Yeah. This has changed a lot already. Xanon says, how do you get the chandelier? This chandelier was part of the Ultimate Edition for Early Access, so unfortunately you can't get the same one anymore. But the LaBouffe one, I think, was premium. And there's other great chandeliers to use, but this one in particular was a limited time item. Now that Early Access is over, you can't get it anymore. Yeah, I know. I would, you know, as long as Dreamsnaps is a thing, I feel like they should bring items like that back, just so everybody can use cool stuff. But they did make the LaBouffe one, which I think is a good option if you don't have this one. You know, I think the LaBouffe one is a great option. So they have added items that can work in its place at least. Bro, honestly, this is looking so pretty. I might change it for my example scene because I might use this. And I don't really want people to use the exact same wallpaper and floor that I'm using. So I'm not going to lie. When I put this on YouTube tomorrow, it might have a different feel. But I'm liking this so much that this might actually end up becoming my snap now that I'm actually building it. I'll still make it good. I'll still make a pretty wall, pretty floors and stuff. But I will probably change it a lot. Because what I have learned is when I put example scenes on YouTube, a lot of people copy them like word for word, piece by piece, which is fine. That's why I put them out there. You know, but if I'm going to use it, I really don't want that to be the case. So, yeah, I'll probably make some changes before I put this on YouTube. I'll just swap out the wallpapers and the floor. I'll make it a bit more of well, I'll make it a little bit less elegant. We'll do that. But I really like the way this looks. Like, I'm actually really liking the feel of this. It's so pretty. So I kind of want to use it. I'll make sure it's still good, though. I'll make sure the example is still very good, just not exactly this. You know what I mean? I want to make sure it's something a little different. But again, you know, this is what when I talk about indoor snaps, you know, this kind of is checking all the boxes that I talk about with snaps. You want to prioritize theme and beauty, and that's kind of what we're going for here. We want to make a workshop that's on theme, but we also want to make it as beautiful as possible. And also we want a pose that tells a story. And we want to fill out this workshop too. I'll probably swap to black mannequins just to limit how much white we have because we already have the white workbench. I try to avoid a lot of white and gray in all of my snaps. And black for the most part. I like, you know, now gold tones, warm tones. I love stuff like that. Also, I got to show you guys how cute my cat is. Hang on one second. Just gonna show you guys this little guy. Look at him. Look at that little fella. He's being so good. He's just patiently waiting. Patiently waiting for me to finish. What a good boy. Okay. And I feel like I'm kind of blocking that fabric, right? Yeah, I'm totally blocking the fabric. So we're going to take... I could put some fabric behind these mannequins to break up some of that brown. And then we could do some kind of different fabric on the side. And we did bring in some other good items to use here. So we have this. You know, I would love it if they gave us paint in this game and they let us paint items like we can in Pokopia. I would love to be able to change the color of some things. I think over here we're going to do that one. Oh, and then I can do a table. Yeah, let's get a little table with the... Let's get some little elegant tables that match this scene. Oh, I don't think we can put things on the deco table. Yeah, that's the downside of that one. It's a pretty table. But it already has stuff on it. I wonder if this would work good in the corner. Okay, well, our little workstation there kind of blocks it a little bit. Oh, I just thought of something really fun to add to this. We have this wall star light situation that I love for workshops and like fashion shops. It's got pizzazz. There we go. It's got some pizzazz. Yeah, that's fun. Fim said so cute. Oh my god, yeah, he really is. Bell said, I think you should use it. It's really good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's turning out better than I expected. I'm kind of glad we didn't full send on like the red, black, and white Cruella style. We're utilizing items that work from that set, but we're kind of doing our own thing with it. And I really like that. I really like that. I mean, heck, I might just end up doing a completely different build later. Oh yeah, we have this thing. Well, it's very short. It's very low to the ground. This might not work. What if we put that there and we put the sewing machine on it? Oh, it's not big enough. It's not big enough for the sewing machine. Dang. Actually, I don't think it has squares on it. I don't think we put anything on it. Yeah, we gotta get the sewing machine on here. So yeah, this was supposed to be an example scene, and I'm quickly falling in love with it, so this might just be my snap. I don't know. Oh, I could connect that with the table. Ooh. Ooh. Let them cook. I kind of like that. It's the same height. Probably swap it out for like another type of table, but the fact that we can see through it is kind of cool. But the fact that we have the sewing machine right next to the yardstick, and if I put some fabric here over the pirate map section, that's going to be really fun. Can we see the Mirabelle fabrics well? No, I feel like we should move the stars over and move the Mirabelle fabrics over as well. So maybe here and maybe here. Because with the pose, we kind of get her... Yeah, there we go. There we go. It's looking fun. All right, let's look at some other tables. Hang on, for the cartography desk. This way it could be the same desk, but we won't see like what's on the other side of it. Well, we kind of do. Yeah, I'd probably have to do that differently. Yeah, we can cover the compass that way at least. Yeah, we'd have to get some fabric to drop around there as well. For now... Hang on, could you see the sewing machine if it was right there? Ooh. That could be kind of neat. But then it might be cool to use a table that lets me have it right next to me. That's fun, but I don't know if I'll do that. I like the yardstick being there for sure. Oh yeah, that's the actual sewing table. Which this would make sense if we could see it. Let's put it back here. I think she'll be blocking it though, so I don't think that really matters. Yeah, we're not going to see that well regardless. Not with how close to the wall we are here. Let's find some more fun wall decor. I like the retro phone. That's pretty neat. This ancient towel rack could be like used for more fabrics. But if we see the ceiling, it might look a little weird up there. It doesn't matter, she'll cover it anyway. What if it's here? Hats, okay. That works. Oh, these curtains. We don't really have a spot for them, but these could have been really fun. cork board. And we already have one there. Oh, it's the rotary phone that's blocking that. Okay. Take it back. Let me see how the red looks there. No, we won't use that. Where did my painting go? Are we serious? Are we being so serious right now? Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh. It's gone again. Are we being super duper serious right now? What is this? What am I playing? What is happening, bro? What is this game? Gameloft's lucky I'm busy. Alright, I gotta find something else to use, I guess. Since the beautiful rose picture just spontaneously vanishes every time I exit furniture mode. Of course, of course. What a happy treat. What a sweet delight. Okay, well that one's pretty big. Okay. This game drives me crazy sometimes. We do have our happy little frog light. Okay, that's a lot. What about you guys? Nope, you're too big. Oh yeah, Villager of the Month. We need something up there. Definitely not that. Oh, this cuckoo clock is adorable, but it's huge. I mean, even something like that could work. It's kind of random, but at least it fills the space out well. Because all these pictures, I think, would be a bit too... Oh, wait. Well, no, that goes all the way up to the top. I don't know about that. Let's move this down a hair. There we go. All right, that wall's looking very solid. If only I could use that beautiful golden rose picture where I wanted, because that would have made things a lot easier. We're going to do another... Let's look at art. How big is this? It's a little huge. So really, we need something up beside that mirror, I think. What if we did twin mirrors? A lot of work goes into my snap videos, for sure. Okay, I think we got the walls looking pretty good. Pretty good, I think. It's looking all right. All we got to worry about here is this left wall now. I only have one of those? Really? And we can put stuff on the table to cover that section. Okay. What a beautiful little workshop. All right. Pure Eye says, bro, the game is broken. Dude, this game drives me absolutely crazy sometimes. Like, when there's a really pretty fun little item I want to use, and the game's just like, nah, not today. Sometimes I just want to yeet the whole game. Just be, you know, just throw my whole PC out the window at that point. Let's put the dress right by the... Will we see it, though? Yeah, we see it. I like the dress being back there by the... Like, because it looks like we're actively working on it, so that's pretty fun. Okay. And I do really want to showcase that sewing machine. So I want like a smaller table kind of towards the middle of the room. The sewing machine is 2x4. So we need something... Yeah, we need a table that's going to play well with that 2x4 size. You woke up, buddy? Yeah, don't worry. I'm almost done, buddy. I'm almost done. I'm just working on this scene here and just about done setting it up. Horty has risen. My time is short. He will start biting me soon. Oh, there we go. Nice small little table here. This could be what we're looking for. So we can do the sewing machine on the left side of the table and fabric on the right side of the table. And really, we could bring it up a little bit more than that. No, we can't because the mannequins. Okay, I bring it up 1 square and that's it. And then for something like this, we would do more character lighting. We don't need to touch the saturation up much. Maybe 0.1. Yeah, we'll go 0.1 on the saturation. Light bloom's fine. Vignette's fine. Focus is good. Is this not casting light anymore? Oh, it just wasn't very close to that wall, that's why. Okay. Let me see how it looks when I get it closer. Nah, it was better where it was. I might rework the way we got these mannequins so I can put that table where I want it. Oh, holy crap, I have 2 of the black mannequins here instead. Nice. That's what we needed. Okay, so the table in the middle just doesn't exist. All right, fine. Whatever you say, Game Loft, whatever you say. Oh, that's huge. Also too big. Too big. No, I like being able to see the floor. I just wanted to find a table that's small like that, that's taller. That's tricky, though. Like, I want a table that size, but taller. Like a nice, small, tall table. I think it's a bit too much to ask for, though. Well, that's kind of fun. I'm going back to this one. Couldn't find quite what I was looking for. I think this is the better option. That mannequin looks creepy as heck. Maybe I'll rotate this. Honestly, I could do away with the mannequins on that side. I think we could put these over here. Yeah, that's better. Now we can see more of that desk. I might get rid of those mannequins altogether. Let's throw on a couple of example dresses and toss them onto the mannequins we have in the back. I'm going to go ahead and favorite my look as a preset here. And yeah, let's throw on Celestial. Okay. And we'll do this one, but without the big hair because we don't want that taking up too much of the scene. There we go. Okay, 2 good looks. Now we can go back to presets. Throw on Padme. There we go. Might change the red hair on that one look. It's way bright, way bright. Also, the white light from this crafting bench is making the mannequins back here a little extra pale, so I might have them barely come into the frame. I also just noticed we can't really see the red, white, and black fabric on that left side. What if we put this table here and put the fabric here? Doesn't really matter. I'm gonna put the table back because we can put cool stuff on the table. Just trying to get a bit more light into this side and see how we feel. Okay, yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be playing on my Steam Deck for a good bit tonight, making another example scene here. Let's throw... Let me take off these back wings. Because I have to make another example scene on top of this. And I might need to make this one in a separate room with a completely different build so it doesn't get carbon copied off the internet. Let's see. At least for the YouTube video, because way more people watch those videos than watch the streams, you know what I mean? And some people love to, you know, just use the example scene I set up, which is fine. But that means if I use it, it won't be just my snap. So, okay, I like those, but we do need a bit more light on them. And that's going to be tricky. Huh, that's odd. The light isn't really affecting them at all. It's affecting what they're wearing that's reflective, but it's not affecting the outfits whatsoever. They definitely broke light casting in this update. Notice how it's only affecting the head? Alright, maybe Vitalis lanterns will work inside. Let's drop one here and see what happens. No, they're totally broken. What a tragedy. Very unfortunate. I think I'll do something other than the gold dress for the one on the right, since I'm wearing gold and we have so much gold in the room. I think that's what's bugging me about it. Ooh, this could be fun. I don't know which one I was editing, so we're going to make sure. Okay. I was like, what is happening? I did not realize I hit a crafting bench. Okay. Yeah, that's good. We just need to take the wings off. And honestly, the white mannequins weren't bad. Now that we got rid of all those other white mannequins we had. Let's put that over there. Actually, let's put that like right by the table. Oh, I'm still wearing this thing. Holy crap, it's 9 o'clock. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What am I doing? Where did the time go? I got carried away again. Alright, well, this is a good stopping point. This looks pretty nice. Except for one minor detail. We need to move her over so she's visible. And the light is completely blocking her. Okay, alright, alright. We moved her too far. Let's get her like right here, maybe? Alright, now you can kind of see her. What if I brought her up closer? Yeah, I still have to make other examples. Yeah, definitely gonna have to move her a little bit. I love this outfit for this, though. It's very fun. We would certainly need to... Yeah, I'd probably lower the amount of lights I have around me here. Might even choose a different outfit that doesn't clash too much with the environment, or blend too much, I should say. Beauty element here is strong, though. I think that's pretty good. All right, all right. Lady Calamity, I'm not planning on changing the time of day from what it is. So the time of day while you're indoors is very important for the lighting. And you have a 2-hour time frame for sunset. So this is, and also, Lady Calamity, what we're working on right now are examples for my weekly YouTube videos. So every week I do a video on Dreamsnap tips. So personally, I'm not looking for tips, so I do appreciate you looking to be helpful, but I am not one of the people out there that really needs help with snaps. I've done a lot of Dream Snaps. I've done every challenge there's ever been, and I've got a very good track record with snaps. I've been in the top 3 this week. I think we got ranked 90 or so. What I'm working on right now are example scenes for snaps. And I have a lot of indoor snaps. In fact, every indoor snap I've ever done has gotten 4K. So I'm very well aware of the windows and changing the time of day to cast light inside of the build. I do that in a lot of my snaps, but I'm not really looking to do that here because I've already got the time of day locked in. And when I finish the back wall, and once I finish adding the details in place, that's when I add windows to the side for light casting. So I typically add windows to the side once I figure out where I want all my items positioned. So the window would not be back here. It is going to be over here. But just because I have not added a window yet, it's not necessary that I'm like not planning on it. I just like to get all my decor placed and figure out the positioning of everything first. Well, if you're just saying what you like to vote for, you can add that to your comment. Instead of saying you should do this, because, you know, if somebody's not asking me for advice, I'm not going to tell them what to do. I'm not going to tell them what they should do. Unsolicited advice is criticism. That's what that is. So if somebody's not asking me for tips and help, I'm not going to start giving it to them unprovoked, because that's basically just criticizing their work. So, yeah, I really don't need help with snaps. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. And if that's what you vote for, that's cool. I have a very good understanding of what voters like. Been doing this for a while. And yeah, I love covering Dream Snaps. So yeah, I wouldn't just assume that I'm not going to add any windows for light casting just because I haven't done so yet. There's a lot of things I plan on adding to this. First off, this table here. I haven't put anything here for the foreground build yet, but I will be doing so. Secondly, I may end up adding some rugs into the build somewhere. We haven't touched these walls whatsoever, and this is where windows would go to get light casting into the scene. We've been working on getting the backdrop position first. I can't do everything at once, and just because I haven't done something yet doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. And if you're talking about what you like to vote for, all you have to say is, I like snaps that have windows that cast light. You can say that. But try to avoid telling anybody they should or should not do something if they're not asking you for help. Planet, hello, welcome. You're passively aggressive. Aw, well, you're rude, and you give unsolicited advice. I don't like that. So, yeah, toodles. Sorry for having boundaries. God forbid somebody prefer their chat to be a certain way. Yeah, we have rules here. I don't like backseat gaming. And I also don't like unsolicited advice. Like I said, I would not do that to somebody else. I don't want it done to me. And I extend the same courtesy that I receive. So, you know. Also, hello, Cranny. Hello. LOTR said, how in the world is that passive-aggressive, just setting boundaries? Dree says, you rude? How rude? Dude, I'm telling you, bro. Some people really can't handle being told no. It's wild. It's wild. And I was pretty nice about that for the most part. I feel. That's my opinion anyway. I don't think I was being rude or mean. Just setting boundaries. Cranny, thank you for the dono, my friend. Thank you.
Bye to the rude people. Bravo to boundaries.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I know. If I were to visit somebody's stream, I would feel really bad if I started telling them like what they should do. You know. Now, if somebody asked me, that's a different story. I am really, really happy to help if somebody asks me for advice or help. I mean, that's like the main thing we're known for. But yeah, I am certainly not going to do it unprovoked. It's bad etiquette. And it's a shame that when you call bad etiquette out, people get offended. But like I said, some people really don't like, you know, hearing that you have boundaries. So it is what it is. People come and go. All right, very nice. Well, I think this first example scene is pretty much good to go. So we need to make another one, which we probably won't have time to make tonight because it's already almost 9:30. I just got to get this done before I make our YouTube video tomorrow. Vortex is the audacity to come into the Senpai's stream and tell him how to decorate. Yeah, bro. But, you know, not everybody knows who I am. But, like, you know, it's also kind of crazy that, like, the first comment from them wasn't like, hey, this looks cool. Or, wow, great job so far. Like, the first comment was like, you should do this. And it's like, really, dude? Start your own channel then and teach people over there. You know, like, you don't have to do that here. Come on now. Come on. I even said I think you're trying to be nice, you know? Like, that, I was being very polite. But if you call me rude, I'm going to stop being nice. Like, get out of here. I'm going to be honest. And like I said, you know, like, I'm not somebody that really needs help with snaps. That's not passive-aggressive. That's just the truth. I help thousands of people with Dreamsnaps every week. So, it's the truth. It's the truth. I still want to do something with this phone, but we'll do that later. So all we have left is the walls, maybe the phone for this build. But I'm going to totally change it before I showcase it on YouTube, because there's a good chance I'll end up running this. There's a good chance. It depends on how good the fairy tinkering concept comes out, because I might like it even more than this. And we also are going to want to add items to these tables back here. And I might add rugs. I still need to add fabric and an item to this table in the front that we're looking at. So we need some final touches and final details. But it's pretty much ready to go for kind of an example scene. And yeah, for those of you considering doing indoor snaps this week that are curious, you know, like we've discussed, the one thing voters prioritize over a lot of other things is going to be beauty and theme. So if you do an indoor workshop, really focus on playing up your light casting. You know, there's a lot of chandeliers that cast light. Time of day is going to be very important. And filling out your snap to have some beautiful details. There's a lot of beautiful items that you can use on the walls. One problem, one mistake I see with a lot of indoor snaps is they'll place some good decor, but they'll leave a lot of the space pretty much empty and open, and they'll show a lot of the ceiling. I think snaps indoors typically are going to do better with your average voter if you do not show a lot of the ceiling. And if you thoroughly decorate but don't congest the photo, those are all going to be important. Half God said, I literally made that mistake before and was mortified. I didn't realize I was being rude. Well, that's why I'm not going to, like, you know, mute you or ban you. And I always just try to point out that it is a boundary for me. But see, the difference there, Half God, is that you totally accepted it and you were totally cool with it, you know? That's how it should go. Like, if somebody is like, you know, if somebody places a boundary and they're not screaming at you and they're just like, hey, you know, I don't really, you know, like unsolicited advice. It's not my favorite thing. You know, if you don't get defensive, if you just accept that and accept them, then you move on and nobody cares and everything's fine. But if you get defensive and you're like, oh, you're being passive-aggressive and rude, well, that's a totally different story. And to be honest, I'm glad when people like that kind of point themselves out in the chat, because, like, they're not going to fit in around here anyway. Like, you know, if they immediately get offended when I say, hey, maybe you should have said this instead. If you can't handle that tiny bit of criticism, like, we're not going to get along, me and you. We're really not. So another community would be a better place for you, but not this one. I just, you know, my stream is my happy place. It's where I work. I've been doing this for a long time. And I like to be at peace here. I like to be comfortable here. And I love it when people accept, you know, my stance on things. So, you know, if someone's like, oh, well, I was trying to say this, then I'm going to be like, okay, well, next time you should probably say that then. Because then we won't have to have this conversation. And it's like, if you're just going to get mad that I say that. Like, you're a little bit too temperamental for me. All right, let's see. I'm excited to see how it turns out in the final shot. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to use that one yet. I gotta mess around with it. We'll have to see. Pure Ice says, you can literally see from what you're doing you're not a casual dream snapper. Yeah, well, that's the funny thing, too. Not just for me, but any streamer. That's one of the reasons I actually stopped making snaps on stream entirely. Was because a lot of the times people would come in and start telling me what I should do and, like, how to decorate. And I hate having that conversation where I'm like, please don't do that. It feels really awkward to me. Like, I really don't like calling that out. So, but I kind of have to, because if I don't, it'll always happen. So, because of that, I stopped doing dream snaps or building any kind of snap stuff on stream for a really long time. The only reason we're doing it now is because I have no choice, because I drop a video every Thursday and I have to have several example scenes. So if I don't work on them during the stream Wednesday, they will not be ready for the video Thursday. But, you know, most people aren't bad about that. Like, you know, it's not very common that somebody comes in and starts giving unsolicited advice, so it's not that bad, you know. And then, yeah, the other issue is that it sucks having to call it out or even be honest about how I feel, because then, like, I lose a viewer for, you know, standing my ground on something. So that's why it's like sometimes it's better just not even make them on stream, because then I don't have to have that conversation, and then nobody gets mad at me. Like, I'm not trying to make you mad. I'm not trying to be passive aggressive. Weird. It's a weird response. But all could be avoided. Okay. For the Tinker one, I think that one would be better to do outside. And I think I'm going to choose Floating Island. So we're going to go for Meadow. All right. And I'm going to drop a few items before we end the stream. We're just going to look for some good Tinker parts. This also might be a good chance to use some of the new tulip flowers since we're going to be outside. So fun stuff like this. Like this. This could be neat. That could be kind of cool. The leafy canoe. Let's put this in the water. And yeah, the tough thing about, you know, building a stream or building a Dream Snap while live is a lot of the times when people come in and tell you what you should do, you're already planning on doing, and I think that's the most frustrating thing. It's like you can't do everything at once. You know, like I'm actively working on the snap. Therefore, you should be aware it's not finished yet. Not just in my stream, but in any stream, the best etiquette, the best way to approach a streamer or anybody that's working on something, you know, rather than just telling them straight up like what they should be doing, ask a question, you know. Say, are you planning on adding windows to the build? And then I would say, yeah, of course. Like, just spark up a conversation. That's all you got to do. You'll get along with people that way, and I'll get along with you too. I'm not asking too much, I don't think. We can all get along. The beauty factor on this one should be pretty good, though. This crafting desk is so pretty. Especially since the bottle has that glow to it. I actually might use a couple of these. We need more stuff like this, though. Let me look for similar items. Let me see what we got. There's like the bird nest thing. I don't know about that. I mean, that is kind of cute with the pillows. And I do think for this one, something that would be really fun is maybe something along the lines of the hey hey pose, right? Like if we go here, we equip hey hey. I'd have a different outfit, of course. Okay, we'd have to be a little further away for that to work. But we could actively be crafting... I'm in the shadow right now, but that's fine. There we go. Different outfit for sure. The dress looks really weird here with the physics of the back piece frozen. But it looks like she's stringing this harp. And I think that could be a really cool way to showcase this, especially if we have the Tinker goggles on and the Tinker outfit. And then we could put the Tinker stuff throughout the photo. Yeah, this example should be pretty easy to build. But I think this one will be good. Vortexes, and if you see that no one else has contributed suggestions, maybe don't assume. Yeah. I mean, you would think it'd be pretty obvious, but, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. Part of the job, as they say, part of the job. Unfortunate, though, you know. It's sad to part ways with somebody that, like, you know, you didn't have to part ways with. You know what I mean? Even if they're not being the nicest, like, you know, it's still a missed opportunity for, like, you know, a good connection. But I've never really been the type to just, like, roll over and, you know, like, I have my standards for you know, interactions. So, and my pet peeve, honestly, is unsolicited advice. Like, not just in this game. When I was streaming Animal Crossing, like when I first got started, I remember I was playing all throughout the pandemic, and I had like thousands of hours, and every time I streamed Animal Crossing, I'd be decorating, and people would tell me where to put things, how to do things. They'd be like, you should do this, you should do that. And I always had to be like, guys, please. Like, it's my island. Just please let me decorate it. Yeah, it is what it is. All right. I think we're all good here. Don't give us all your ideas, history. We're going to have some good ones. Well, I want some good tips for tomorrow's video. I do think this is really neat, though. Because if you look at where her hands are, you know, it looks weird with this outfit. Because of the back piece and the dress. But we would definitely wear something else. But I think this would be a really cool concept for tinkering in a fairy world. So we do the fairy, you know, we do the Tinkerbell wings. We use the hey hey pose, we hide hey hey. And we're stringing this fairy harp. And then we do, like, you know, the fairy workbench and some other fairy items. And then maybe build a little workshop around here. I think this will be really fun. But yeah, looking pretty good, looking pretty good. All right, you guys. With that, it is past 9:30 at night. Also, Pierre, I said, yeah, that part. If you're ADHD, it's going to go all through you because it's in the works, but you're hyper-focused right now. So it's going to have to wait until you do the 5,000 other things first. That's also a really big part of it for me. Pure Ice, you know, if you also have ADHD or if anybody here also struggles with it, you know, I have my ADHD medication, but it doesn't fully, like, turn off the way my brain works. And for me, when I am hyper-focused on a build, I'm going to do things in a very particular order. And until I'm done with what I'm looking at, like if I'm looking at the back wall, I can't start the side walls until the back wall's where I want it. And then also, as somebody with ADHD who tends to get hyper-focused, I tend to be very passionate about my projects being my projects versus being a community project. I do like community projects. Like if we all work together on something, it's quite fun. But when I'm trying to create a snap for me, I don't want to be directed on that. I want it to be my ideas and my concept. There's a lot of people out there that definitely, would love advice and help on their snaps. And I even told that person that, I know you're trying to help, so I wasn't trying to be mean. But yeah, I'm sure there are people out there that will be really happy, even if they just give advice without asking. Because there's a lot of people that are new to snaps, especially streamers out there that are like new to Dreamlight Valley. They'll be extremely excited to get tips. But as for me, I'm kind of a little bit of a Dreamsnaps veteran, so to say. I got a little bit of experience, I guess. All right, you guys. Well, it's been fun. Much love, everybody. New YouTube video, keep an eye out. I'll try to have that out for you guys. I still need to build another scene tonight. Probably working on this a good bit. And we'll be streaming Pokopia tomorrow, but I might go live with Dreamlight Valley first, at least for a little bit. Maybe, yeah. And I'll have to figure it out because it's tricky with YouTube. But we might go live with Dreamlight Valley first just to show the builds we make overnight. And hopefully I'll have the guide for this challenge out for you guys before 3. That way I can actually be on time tomorrow. But I still have a lot of work to do, so I don't know. I'll keep you updated for sure, though. I'll keep you updated for sure. But yeah, thank you for being here, you guys. I got the credits last night for Pokopia and I cried, says Pokegrandma. Dude, it's so sad, bro. The end is so sad. It is so sad. I just hope the humans that they knew aren't all dead. I feel like it's been like thousands of years, and they probably are. Which, if you think about it, is like really tragic. So, I don't know why I'm laughing about it. Maybe just to laugh off the trauma. But yeah, it is very sad. Anyway, as always, you guys, it's been real. It's been fun. And dare I say, it has been real fun. Lots of work done today. We got to review some of your Dream Snaps that didn't get quite the results you were hoping for. Dream Snaps are very competitive now, though, so not to worry, Could have just had an off week. And we touched on, a lot of the things I do each week to ensure that we stay in that nice range. That nice 4K range. But even players like me can miss out on 4K from time to time. So if you do ever miss out, don't let it bring you down too much. You maybe just popped up against some really good snaps. We talked about the new challenge. We made an example scene, and we took a look at the premium shop. So we accomplished quite a bit. I will hopefully be live around 3:30 or 4 tomorrow, around the normal time. So yeah. Tommy said, I've never missed out on 4K. I'm that good. Yeah, that's crazy, especially since you've never done a Dream Snap. I don't know how you do it. That's wild. Samantha said Tommy's so good, he doesn't even submit. They just send him moonstones every week. They're just, honestly, Tommy's so good, they're scared. They're scared that if he submits, it'll just break the entire system. So they just, send him 5,000 moonstones. Okay. All right, as always, you guys, thank you for being here. Stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. I'll see you on the YouTube video tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. Ta-ta for now. Bye-bye.